Look, guys, it's not my fault all you guys have to be at work today. Imagine working on a Monday. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Hi, Douglas. Hi, Blade. Hi, Zale. Hi, Chalice. It is your fault you decided to schedule us. I don't decide my own work schedule, though. And then I don't think,
calling me a liar, you insolent fuck?
Look, guys, the Vignon audio is actually working today. And I limited it, so you guys can't get 10 slimes. Yeah, my work schedule is, like, rotating. So I never have the same days off. So it's hard for me to have, like, a consistent day. And I would have streamed at 7 p.m. today. However, Final Fantasy patch day, and me and Challenge want to do, like, the raid and stuff later. Darn, yeah, darn. Tomorrow, though, I should probably still be doing Anna Magnolia at 7 p.m. When you guys are out of work. You hear the alpha music this time. Raidy raid. Raidy raid. Yeah, raids. I'm gonna go beat up some Lalafels and stuff. Yeah, so basically I'm just gonna be reading to you guys why you guys work. You need to hear a story. Because we're doing the new Intervallo. Nocturnal sweeping. I can't wait. Putting this off too long. Oh, Alma. I don't like the handler outfit from World on Alma. It looks weird. It looks weird. Should let us get costumes to Genma too. Not just Alma. I'll pull like all the new Final Fantasy ones today. Alright, so drive. Where am I going? There we go. Nocturnal sweeping. I only have 2 bonus units. Which I fortunately already got. Wait, did I? Yeah. I pity though. I wasted all my fucking lunacy like an idiot. I could have just got it tomorrow and kept all my lunacy, but nope, I had to spend it all like an idiot. I want Ryoshu immediately. I would do the raid too, but I'm not sure I have gear enough right now. Oh no! Well, fortunately, since the new raids are out, that should mean you could just get unlimited gear from the Alliance raid, just by grinding that out. I know, Zanmei, I didn't fix my live notification. But it's fixed now. That way, when I stream tomorrow, the live notification is gonna be probably be a stream or something. Hi, Zanmei, welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, you should just be able to farm the new Alliance raid and get gear that way. Or spend billions of gil on the market board. I spent the last, like, 2 hours or so grinding materials. And I was able to craft 2 pieces of new raid gear. And if they sell, I'd be at 5 million gil in my pocket. If they sell. Assuming I don't get undercut immediately. I'll look at it later. Alright. Time to start Nocturnal sweep. Dante. Any idea where that leftover kick from yesterday went? No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat. Never thought of that before. I know it's like been brought up multiple times, where like, oh, everyone's eating, and then Dante's just kind of, how does he stay alive? How does he get nutrition? Dante, explain. Is this frozen in time? Speaking of Dante, Dante slime. I feel like Dante slime is one of the rarer ones to come from the Limbus pack. Oh, is that Impulse? Hi, Impulse. Ooh, Chibi Mita. Oh, and Ragnar. Hello, hello. Welcome in, everyone. I have limited your slimes today. Did his wind his clock back up to energize them? Oh, that makes sense. Just a little bit.
Here we go.
Rewind him a little bit, then he doesn't have to eat. Shush, I need shade even though I have shade now. Impulse, do you want to see the whip? Do you want to see the whip? It's not done. And I don't think I'm going to finish it today after all, because I forgot about the Final Fantasy update, but I'll probably finish it tomorrow or later this week. The whip? Yeah, the whip. Many whips, actually.
Are you calling me a liar, you insolent fuck?
I got some god tier slime pulls, hell yeah. Darn, the donkey already get her paws on him? Donkey! Volley slime. And plus, when are you gonna post shade slime? Got a volley finally, but you're missing the important ones. Radia rubbed her tired eyes, muttered something about how we should have partied in her room. Instead, stumbled to the back door. Okay, Impulse, you really need to stop calling Urianger. Didn't you get enough yesterday? Better luck tomorrow, better luck tomorrow. You're just in love with Urianger, I guess. I mean, it makes sense. Many people love that. And it is a funny way of talking.
This is a tasty burger.
Burgie. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at the LTE. Oh, the New Year now? Raha slide. Not the fucking Samuel L. Jackson. This is a tasty burger. I'm so glad the audio for this is actually working today. Yeah, I'm assuming from now on I'm just gonna have to always run it as administrator. Get this to work. I watched that movie too much to not recognize that. Sinners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but annual celebration for New Year's seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. Began floating the idea of a New Year's party, and is it really January already? Excellent. Permit me the honor of hosting this banquet. With a casual, overdramatic boast, coupled with their familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. Again, after all that hell we went through with the back door and whatnot for the out-of-season Christmas celebration. Yet I must insist, for 'twas but an effort to decorate the bus, the intent quite divorced from the act of celebration. How was it, the pillar of a vitaminic breakfast or something? Huh? I don't know. Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Huh? Oh, don't worry about me, really. Haha. I don't remember how that went in English. I don't know. I watched it in my native language mainly. Oh, okay. I'm not sure I recognize the movie. I don't watch movies very often, so if I've seen it, it's probably been like a long time. But I know the voice line at least. Pulp Fiction. Oh, Pulp Fiction. Yeah, no, I have not seen that in like decades. I don't remember like anything about the movie, honestly. But it's true that mine actual path brought thee quite to distress. Unintentionally, I might add. Thus I ask thee, wouldst thou not agree that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen both our spirits and bodies? It's been an old movie, yeah. 7 years older than me. When did that movie come out? I'm checking. I'll check now. 1994. Well, it's 1 year younger than me. 9 years older. Wow. Can't even begin to. Probably the same age as Lion King too. Then, because I think Lion King came out in 1993 or 1994 or 1992, somewhere around the area. Can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it. But I guess with memory came tact. You know, it's our first New Year's together. Sure is an occasion for a celebration, huh? Gotta hear that bell go ding to really mark the transition to a new year, right? Seems that we shall be welcoming the first light of the new year in company of one another. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Old head. Old head! Rude. Not old. Young and beautiful. Bowl of noodles before the last night of the year fades. Classic. Such bubbling enthusiasm for you, warm from my own heart. Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books. Fireworks most brilliant. Enough delicacies too. Karen, when's our next stop? Definitely will be running non-stop for 3 days at least. Only dum-dums stop on a fast road. So she says. Regulus muttered with his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. Bye. For next year's celebration, banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour. Don Quixote's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but Roger brought out the cakes and cookies she'd stashed in her room so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. Of course you have a bunch of food stashed. Ed old? Nuh-uh. After that, we all stayed up together, watched the New Year's first sunrise, briefly paint a city in gold, and retired to sleep. What the fuck is that? Everyone woke up, rubbing their tired eyes. The world outside the bus had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. H-core? H for Honolulu. Sinners began to voice their surprise, appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we'd passed by on our journey thus far. Is that massive structure all one building? The whole thing's a nest. Then where's the hell's the back streets? That's big enough to cover H-Core's territory and then some. Well, there he goes again, asking dumb questions without even taking a peep at the guys, but fuck you, Ishmael. That's a nest. That huge box you see over there, that's District 8. We call it Hongwan, the vast garden, here at H-Core. The nest lies within the center of the structure, in the back streets without. So they squeeze the entire population of the district in there? Do they just not get a ray of sunlight all year round? Huh. Well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain. Aha! Privy thee! Avail me as sights as well. The sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus. Stirred awake from their late night's rest, felt my gaze drawn toward Honolulu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face. Worried. It wasn't exactly something unique to Honolulu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. Woohoo! not such a bad place once you actually try living here for a while. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference. Kinda like how Honolulu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause, but... Actually, no. I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining those thoughts. My job, at this moment, keep a close eye on Honolulu, more so than usual. If the time comes for me to help him, the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides... Oh, this thing's even bigger up close. Verily, I carry no recollection of a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine. If my efforts aren't enough, I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I collected my thoughts and approached the sinners, who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. I don't know how tall it is. Hang on. I want to see something. Oh, it is January. This happened in August. Heartbreaking was in November. Dream ending was in December. So we skipped the real Christmas. Okay, so it is January. Okay, it actually is New Year. Thought there was some kind of time discrepancy there. Yeah. Yoshu, Otis, Marceau, oh, Ardia, Marceau, Dang, Don Quixote.
사후 처리로
급행 주문이군요.
제 차례인 저주를
네,
That's
문제
good.
없어요.
I don't care about the recommended level. Once we left the bus. Oh man, can't believe we had to get off the bus here. We have to make a formal complaint against H-Corps for this crap. What the hell were they thinking? Doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight into the nest. Many causes there may be to such construction projects, yet perhaps an early warning sign ere our approach to the site would have been a sensible Were it not for young Sharon's most valiant drifting, I shudder to even imagine the terrible possibilities. It would have been a most awful end to an adventure. Oh my god. Almost drove a bus off the highway. It's no surprise that the sinners all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Sharon quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown all about like ragdolls. Good thing there was another road off the highway that leads into the city, right? I bet Sharon would have tried to reverse gear all the way back to the last interchange. But looked like we'll be going through all the winding alleyways to get to the nest. So dark in here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the back streets of H-Corps. Looks pretty impressive from the outside, but it's no different from the other back streets inside. I have to go to the restroom. Can someone watch Onyx for me? They're all working. Don. Everyone's working. No one can watch me. I'm gonna cause a big mess while you're gone. Yep, it's a familiar sight. Gotta work. It's getting real old. I ask thee, is the nest of this district shrouded in darkness as well? No. These particular sites are limited to the back streets of District 8. The The back streets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we'd visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. People scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort. Things all too common in every corner of the city. There's one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. It kind of reminded me of the former G-Corps soldiers back at District 4. What? What do you mean? You mean those fellas? The growths on their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skin as well. Not at all, Manager Bud. Look, they haven't all mutated in the same pattern, like into an insectoid form, for example. Well, I guess I should commend you for not looking at them through a biased lens. You're observing the aftermath of District 8's distinctive method of treatment. Oh, so this is where the rumors about the bluish healing ointment came from, huh? Apparently they can cure any flesh wound after just one night dressed in bandages? Seems that certain misconceptions must be addressed. Uh-oh. They are the variations of H-core singularity, the bolus. The bolus? Oh my god, so quick. He's likely referring to medicines brewed and kneaded into ball-shaped pills. Correct. H-core, or the Hongwan Bioengineering Group, mainly manufactures boluses that contain essences of treatment. I think the only other time I've heard the word boluses was in Elden Ring. Boluses may be taken orally, browned with water, into a paste and applied directly to the affected area, or dissolved in water, soaked in bandages, and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment. No. I guess rumors transform as they travel. Oh, I see. I was just thinking about how they do things back at the K-Core. Focus of K-Core's technology is a reversal of recovery of one's condition. Returning to the original state is a key word in their treatment. It's no rare sight to find unique techniques and technology developed independently by the inhabitants of the backstreets of District 8, using the manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Instead, their focus is on selecting the appropriate technique from a myriad of choices to address the deficiencies in their statuses. Perhaps one could choose the words transformation or evolution as a more illustrative descriptor for the method of treatment. So that's what counts as treated? Crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing, or scratching absent-mindedly at the mutated parts. They must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Foss, not from Marceau, but from Hong Lu. The regulars? Yes, I've heard of them as a child. People who've grown too accustomed to visiting the clinics in search of their mystical treatments. The regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at first glance, but apparently, all the side effects they've been stacking changes them in strange ways. It's highly likely that the inter-operation conflicts or issues will arise when applying highly disparate treatment methods to a single body. At least it's a cheaper alternative for people who didn't sign up for the life insurance. Speak of life insurance? Yes, life insurance. There's a special insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death. So the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos. The head does not consider the revival via life insurance to be a violation of their non-resurrection taboo. It is likely that, on a technical level, this revival isn't actually categorized as brain resuscitation, as opposed to a full resurrection. Degradation of its functions considered, of course. Another fatal downside to this technology is that, unlike the manager's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back if their brain is destroyed. Also, there is a risk of significant losses in the process of information transference. Losses, huh? Maybe some of their mutations could be more than just the side effects of these treatments. Maybe. But I heard it takes more than 1 or 2 revivals to change that much. Because apparently people in the backstreets could never even dream of paying consistent insurance renewal rates, so... After all, who would sign up for insurance if using its services could reduce them to such pitiful states? Yeah, they appear pathetic and pitiful to you rich bastards, don't they? You'll soon be in the same boat as them. Save some pity for yourself. Identify yourself. Stranger's voice cut through our discussion like a foreign instrument. He turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good. You must be the young master of that high and mighty Gia family, eh? I can tell just by looking at your pretty face. Your friends, Honglu? No. I haven't had much chance to get acquainted with people from the backstreets, so... Nope. I've never met them before. Of course you haven't. Too busy living large, playing gods in a whole different world from us plebs, huh? Not that it matters. We're just here to take that thing you brought here for submission to the family hierarch evaluation. The what evaluation? Okay, there's clearly been a misunderstanding. There's quite a lot of them. We're not off to a great start here. Huh, man. Actually, no. It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like we're some common thugs. I, Shan San, third son of the Tri-Axe office, challenge Gia Baoyu, the Gia family, to a duel. You got the wrong person, bro. Our wager would be that the winner can take anything they want from the loser. Wait, what do you mean a duel? Duel? Oh, no. I have heard... why, Don Quixote? Why do you have to get so excited? What? I mean, he's a second generation vampire. Yeah, I can see it. A duel? A duel. I have heard tale that duels of the honorable fixers of the Sync Association Eastern Branch announced their intent to duel by stating their affiliation and name. Ooh, false. Instead of casting their gauntlets, and the pamphlet that young Ishmael had presented before me earlier presented the true that the Tri-Axe office is indeed an office of the East, though they are indeed of a lesser quality. It is a true, genuine, accurate declaration of a duel that we behold. So, just a fancy way of saying 1v1 me. Let's go, innit? I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust? Hi, Warrior. Agreed. This individual does not seem to possess any particularly exceptional skill that may pose difficulties for Hong Lu. I think it's gonna be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. Huh? You sure this is okay? I don't think you're going to lose against him, but, you know, just in case. No worries. I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think. Ha! So the rich boy's dabbled in some duels, has he? It's... I think you misunderstand. I meant to say that I've done about 10 of them a day. Oh, but grandmother sometimes lets me skip them, so it might have been slightly fewer than that on some days. What? I, Hong Lu of Limbus Company. No. I, Bao Yu of the Gia family, accept this duel. Tell me Hong Lu's also been lying about his name. Whose name do we actually know? Email Sinclair. Hong Lu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Hong Lu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression, before curiously cocking his head to the side. Sorry. Are we waiting for something? That Dante man is the real inferno. True. Hong Lu dreaming of Red Chamber. Oh. So, I always let the opponent get the first two moves in a duel. Please don't hesitate. Let me, you little... Your cocky pride shall be your downfall. The man who introduced himself as Shan San leaped forward Hong Lu. Then, after about a minute... How is this happening? Unlike Shan San, who was throwing punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Hong Lu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes, as he was out at a picnic. As though he was about a leisurely stroll through a garden. Whenever Shan San threw a powerful punch, Hong Lu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerized by the feathery light movements of his hands, the feet that effortlessly glided through the air, until the one blink and you'll miss it moment, we realized that Shan San was already face down on the ground, defeated. Can't get me in here. Hiding in a shell. Does the shell protect against all those guns that Zame put out on you? How to Eat a Turtle, Volume 1. No! Don't eat Oreo! I hope Hong Lu gets a Sync Association ID now. Oh, young Hong Lu, hast thou been concealing thy full strength in our presence? Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I would put my all into every fight. Yet, to defeat this foe so soundly, to dance with such grace between his strikes is... was as though thou wert dueling someone whose skill may only measure against a child's. But most of our fights happen in environments with a lot of variables, and we usually fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and powers. Read him. Already familiar with that fool's moves? Oh yes. One of my B-Woo instructors used similar techniques as this gentleman here. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, right? Right. But I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant here. A fight for the show? No! Well, anyways, looks to me that he soundly kicked your behind in a stool. Let us through, why don't you? And preferably not do this thing I think you're about to do. Duel wasn't overseen by a notary office anyway, and our employer is not going to let this failure slide if we just leave. Don't just sit there, move your asses and jump them. Pathetic. I see how we're becoming experts at getting jumped. The bitter cry of the defeated. His gang rushed toward us. Not the booty shake. Alright, time to kill some people.
선물을 잔뜩 만들 수 있을 것 같음. 기쁘고 신나는 날이요.
I like my new IDs. The bunnies!
더 처리할 먹잇감이 있나? 흑순 뒷박질 춤.
적들이 흔들흔들 기회 아니야?
Going Rupture for this Antavalo. I feel like I should be using Hong Lu, but that's fine. Maybe if Hong Lu gets a better Rupture ID. Hopefully Hong Lu gets something decent before this Kanto comes out. Otherwise I'll probably have to use Pierce. He wants to bring a gun to a sword fight.
적합한 조치였어. 딱.
This often is using shitty little hand axes too. This pizza, sausage and mushroom or mushroom truffle and goat cheese. Mushroom truffle and goat cheese sounds very interesting. I would say go with that one. Show me pictures if you can. Yay, being on audio, yeah! So I ran everything in administrator mode today, so it's working. I just gotta try to remember to do that every time from now on, I guess. Hi, pastry. Been in my freezer for like 2 years. Zanmei, I changed my mind. You should probably eat the other one.
Better. Hey, fuck your friend.
Most likely, that pizza is probably freezer burnt as shit. Sausage and mushroom. You have to go wrong with sausage.
Are you calling me a liar, you insolent fuck?
Ooh, pastry, you got both of those. You can just right-click the executable, and there's the compatibility mode option for always running. I didn't know that. Hang on. I'm taking a picture of your comment. I can remember to do that later. Oreo, what you get? Omega! I can do that for OBS and Vignon. This really isn't a great start, fellas. Ha, it's never easy, is it? Hey, at least we got a nice warm-up. It wasn't all bad. I don't know, this seems more serious than our usual street brawls. It smells right. They weren't your everyday thugs to pick fights with random people for no good reason. Oh, we messed with the patch at all? Okay, so I was on earlier just to do some gathering and crafting. I haven't done any of the new... Why you gotta do this? Announce yourself. I'm just like up here behind my shoulder. So we're gonna do the raids and stuff, me and Chalice later. Can we duel for Chalice? No. No one could duel for Chalice. I already won.
Yeah, he's got 15 years ahead of y'all.
Yeah, that's a lot of years. Okay, we'll pick up food. Pork or pork? Two bag, whatever.
Yeah, he was on earlier for crafting stuff, and then he's kind of catch up.
I'm gonna duel Chalice for Onyx.
No.
Chalice would win every duel.
Exactly. Got 15 years on this.
And Chalice knows some Taekwondo.
I do know Taekwondo. I was a second degree black belt.
And she wants to go back again.
I do.
I have the new secret Baja Blast. Ooh. Do you have Baja Blast?
You have Baja Alcohol Blast.
Ooh. Do you have Baja Alcohol Blast pastry? Yes. Picture it didn't happen. I need proof. Alright. Drive safe.
Ow.
But yeah, we're gonna do the patch later. I did craft 2 pieces of raid armor that hopefully sell. Because if they sell, then I get 5 million or 5 million. Well, no, 5 million gil. Yeah. It's like 2.5 million gil each, but I probably got undercut already. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Honglu. Can I have 4.9 mil if it sells? Only if you go and gather materials from me. If you gather materials from me, you can have a cut of the profit. Because less work I have to do. Given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for subtlety. Then, maybe this is what Jia Ishun was talking about. About way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs. Oh yeah, his sister. Whoever's behind us must have a bone to pick up Hong Lu. Indeed. Seems that we must expect more skirmishes like this going forward. Alas, was this trial not readily overcome? Not the point. Think on it a little more. Seems like they're assuming that Hong Lu's brought something here in order to participate in that family IARC evaluation. Then there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. They're going to try again to take out the competition. A highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expected no less from someone of your genius. Why does she gotta make that face every time she's glazing me? Glazing Dante. Does anyone know how to replace the door handle? My bathroom door handle came apart. No, I'm the least handy person alive. But scrub daddy in the hole? Replacing doorknobs isn't that complicated. It's pretty easy, actually. I would recommend just looking up on YouTube. I'm not gonna lie though, like the door in my bathroom closet doesn't have a doorknob. It also broke and we just never bothered replacing it. So it's kind of there. I was scrub on me. You have a bathroom closet? Fancy. I mean, it's not even like... It's in our guest bathroom. Just for like towels and stuff. Yes, there's 2 bathrooms. We have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. I have a bathroom that can barely fit a tub. We could never use the guest bathroom though. Because if you take like a shower in there, it just sets off the fucking smoke alarm in the hallway. It's super the fire alarm. It's super annoying, so we like can't even use that one other than the toilet. The bathtub is kind of there for decoration. Going for the classics of brown nosing today, Otis. Whoa. This went with a brown nosing to compliment a job well done. Do you not expect? This inane conversation is most riveting, but I would prefer some silence while we wait. It seems that the company foresaw such difficulties. They sent you a support team to help handle this issue. Oh, we have a support team this time? My mom's bathroom is nice though. It has enough room to fit 5 or more of my bathrooms in it. That's how Chalice's parents' bathroom is too. They got one of those. They have one of those huge jacuzzi tubs. I'm jealous. I want a jacuzzi tub. Heard voices coming from behind us, from where Virgil is pointed. Hi. You guys still haven't learned how to stick to the plan, have you? It really threw me off when I was told to meet you in some backstreets location away from our agreed rendezvous point. A familiar voice, a voice we could not forget. I knew it was gonna be her. God. Been a while, everyone. Oh fuck, pilot too? Okay, I wasn't expecting a pilot. Mom is disabled, so we were lucky we had room to renovate it after her accident. That is lucky. Hi, I'm here too. We turned around to follow where the voice was coming from, to recognize the 2 people we've been hoping to see again. But Saad used to be such a bitch.
좋아. 생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간 됐고. 다음 먹잇감도 이런 식이었으면 좋겠어.
God. And hey, pilot, right? What's wrong? It's like you're all looking at a ghost. Pilot, didn't you tell me that you shared my news with them the last time? I did. I sure did, ma'am. Oh yeah, he did. The sinners each recovered from their initial shock of seeing them again. And soon, their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. Well, good to see that things haven't changed much around here. Todd, we're so glad to see you're okay. Quick talk to you, too. Glad to see your gears are turning just fine. Sarge smiled with a familiar grin. Did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and her badge, for example. Last I recall, you were promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you. Yeah, or the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes. Hey, I am merely congratulating her on her promotion and offering a recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see what your problem is here. But we all know the meaning that promotion carries. Indeed, and it is very profound. After all, what meaning is there to a promotion attained without spilling some blood? You're a real piece of work. Let me ask you something then. Everyone behaves like you do around here, tiptoeing around the facts, keeping it hush-hush about what happened. Or is she gonna get the bare minimum of the recognition and the consolation she deserves? Wiener! I'm not a wiener. Be right back, real quick. I'm gonna grab a water bottle. Yeah, I'm back. Doing these streams always kills my voice. We're still barely at the start. Hush would have been nice. I've even overheard some of them whisper that I let my partner die just so I could snag a promotion. So in that regard, I appreciate that, Otis. For being technical, I did die, but my brain was intact. Not even K-Core's regenerative ampules could have revived me if it wasn't. But did Effie also? Apparently, they went right for Effie's head when they stabbed him with a prosthetic. According to the coroner's autopsy, K-Core ampules, life insurance, neither of them can revive someone with a damaged brain. It is what it is. Anyways, let's not dwell on the depressing stuff. We're here for work. Let's get some work done. So let's talk about work, okay, pilot? Yes, ma'am. So, hi, Waka, welcome in. Sorry. Got distracted by needing a water bottle. Well, let's see here. Coincidentally, I happen to make friends with a feller who has ties to the Gia family, so I brought him over. Hey, is that everything? Yes, sir. Briefing over. What the fuck? Just as everyone was reeling in stunned silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we had ever had the displeasure of sitting through. Ishmael was the first to catch herself. He looked up at Saad. God. Can we rely on you for some elaboration here? The briefing was a good demonstration of the necessity of educating the 5 W's and 1 H principle. Looks like we'll have a lot to discuss once we get back, pilot. Did I do something wrong? Pilot, buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself a deeper hole of every word. Gregor quickly leaned to warn Pilot, but it was likely too late. A nigh unnoticeable crease had already formed between Salad's brow. Prior to commencing this high-priority operation, it's necessary for us to define individuals with connections to H-Core. So we, as a preliminary observation unit, were put to the task, and we managed to establish a connection with an individual. Oh, someone from my family? No, we tried, but your family proved to be a rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with all of our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method to establish this connection. I really didn't hold back on compliments then, as this is how you... Yeah. Our collaborator is a former employee of the Gia family. After leaving the family, he now runs a lodging business. And it is likely that he is far removed from the family politics. Less motivation for him to attack us due to conflicting interests. Yes, and according to Pilot's report, he still regards the GF family positively. How can I not, considering the blessings they had given me? An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation, as though to continue Saad's explanations. I humbly present myself before the Fellowship of Young Master Baoyu. Please, call me King Tao. There. Thank you for the sub. And you get a shade slime? You are making an impulse so bad. Impulse, you'll get it one day. You'll get it one day. Stinky slime. I'm not stinky, you're stinky. Look, your slime's yellow. Yellow is probably the stinkiest of all the colors. He greeted us in a most... No! Google, stop that. Whose abs are that even? George? Oh. No. He greeted us in a most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Oh. Is this how people greet each other here? Yep. The Bao Quan gesture. Bringing fists and palm together to express respect and peace for the receiver. Yellow's for lemon. Fresh smell. Oh, like the cleaning supplies. So your body's probably toxic to eat. Oh, so no one uses your emotes though. I said most of them. But those are the most common ones that do get used. Those are the ones that I wouldn't replace. Aha! Knights greet one another by shaking their hands for the self-same purpose. Pursue, thou art indeed one possessed of a chivalrous spirit. Ah, indeed. What should I worry about the qualities of people young master has surrounded himself with? But I see that he is in company of those wise in the ways of the West. Chalice is home. It brings Wendy. That was so quick. Yeah, we have Wendy's like right down the road from us. Thank you. Nuggies and fries and a burgie. Take a cheeseburger? Okay. Guys, don't eat me. Put that to the side. I'll eat this while we do a fight later. Yeah, I can be on my mic. Now you're throwing bricks too? How rude. I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity it is to open ajar the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lands. Something feels familiar about this. Nah, she's been getting less and less verbose with bootlicking these days. Not like this guy, for sure. That's true. Kind of like, how should I put this? A bit much. What are you guys talking about? Communicating only by the sound of a ticking clock. This is something I had already known ahead of time, yet what a most curious exchange to behold in person. Brief this journey may be, yet I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in its entirety. Haha. Here's the subtle sprinkle of disrespect that reminds you of the usual flavor. Just comparing him to Otis. Wait, this is about me? You dare? Him. Is all that boot-looking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? Otis shook her head with clear distaste and strode toward me. We are nothing alike, executive manager. Never have I once said such empty flattery in your presence. Filled with nothing but hot air and superlatives. Otis, are you sure about that? I leave the guidance of these back streets to him. Well, looks like this is where... Todd fell silent, her eyes lingering on Virgilus, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us. But I finally get to meet the Red Gaze, in the flesh. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Effie would have loved to be here. Manager. Virgilus seemed to sense your lingering gaze, and walked toward us after nodding slightly in her direction. Manager sawed. Let's not make this any longer than it has to be. I'm not happy to be helping you with your business. I'd much rather put this behind me as soon as possible. Oh please. It's our historic first collaborative operation, isn't it? Can't you spare a little more time with us? The guide buds. Actually doing something? That guy? Yes, unfortunately, LCC has our own business to take care of today. So I won't be accompanying the LCB this time. The Red Gaze will be helping us out to get it done. Checking Mephi there. Vroom vroom. Maybe it's not that unfortunate, now that I think about it. I feel like every mission with the LCB has always been an uphill battle to get anything done. Well, you see, back then we were... Haha, just messing with you. I'm sure we'll have another chance to work together again. Boss, we don't got much time. Wait, before you go, I think you owe us some explanation, Virgilus. I will leave the details to Miss Faust. I'm quite busy. Very well. Virgilus turned around and left toward Mephistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression. Well then, I'll see you around. Next time, I'll show y'all. I'll show you that I can carry my own weight. You know? Oh boy, the last time we met, really was so darn pathetic. Pilot, competence is shown for action, not words. Don and Pilot gave us a light nod before following Virgilus. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, and then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say, then not makes us an awkward farewell. Very well, please, this way. Maybe we were simply mindful of this guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. What am I looking now? Well, what is that? What is that? Eye boil? Okay, cupcakes are good. Cupcakes are better. Eye. I don't want to look at an eye. Is that an eye? That's a weird looking eye. We need a fry. Nom. 4 fries. Deep resentment ought to be washed away. For when the far one comes, betwixt the burnt doors shall a star fall astray. You sure we're going the right way? I don't like the sound of these weird songs. Main streets are most likely teeming of those seeking to bring harm to the young master. We must venture an alternative path. Like you said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what we needed at this moment. As for the song has become rather popular in the backstreets in the recent months. Lyrics are pretty ominous for a popular song. It is a song that spread through word of mouth. It sings of how the decimated Kong family. Not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Didn't know there was a song like that. Is this the first time you've heard of it too, Honglu? He's a posh git from a posh family. I doubt he's ever set his precious feet in the back streets. So it's no wonder he's never heard of anything like it. I have been to the back streets before, but Heathcliff isn't wrong. I just spend most of my time in my room. That is precisely because you are the most treasured one of them all, young master. Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized and hidden in the deepest depths of one coffer, none shall reach. No, no feet! No feet! I don't know whose foot that belongs to. Ugh. Excuse me. I'm like him. It's gonna be like a wake-up call to Otis. To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. So that guy used to work for the Gia family, huh? I don't care what Impulse likes. You know him, Honglu? Young master. Is there something on my face? Ah. Honglu stopped himself as though he saw it flash in his head, glanced quietly in my direction. What are y'all doing? No! Oh, no. Then. It's nothing. Shall we continue walking down this road? Indeed. Humble as I may be, I am very well versed in the roads of this area. Yeah, you don't care? What did I say? I don't care. Oh. I don't care about Impulse. Oh. Well, I don't want Impulse looking me. Honglu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from King Tao. Did we be suspicious of something? He is a collaborator, only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be advisable. Given Pilot's clear inexperience and naivety, we would do well to remain suspicious of this character. Boston Otis approached me as Honglu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. This growing mistrust of mine, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Foss the burning question. So what was that about back there, Virgilus? Something about him going off to help them out? The consequences of his actions at Wuthering Heights. Oh. His actions were a violation of one of the most important items in his contract with the company. He's simply taken responsibility for this breach of contract. Hugos has a lot of questionable emotes. Hugos does have a lot of questionable emotes, but they seem to be all from the same channel. Think back to the incident at the manor. It feels like such a long time ago now. Well, that's kind of a bummer. You really helped us out of a pickle. I mean, story-wise, though, it was only 2 months ago. I guess a lot has happened. What? That's what they're dragging him away for? Is there a problem, honored guests? It's nothing. Nothing at all. No problemo, right, Ryoshu? That's you, idiot. Shut up. Or so, can you carry Heath for a little bit? He's dead tired. It will be done. I will use gift subs to the fullest for shitposting. That is fair. That is fair. Heathcliff punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshu's sword, fell forward right into Marshall's welcoming shoulder. Radia? You know, the kind of person I hate the most? Kind of dope people who can't read the room. Don't you feel the same way, Dante? Yep. I nodded enthusiastically. Something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but Radia and Ryoshu judged correctly this time. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider. Reminds me of the time he got knocked out cold for a while because he kept asking questions about raising his hands. Guy just doesn't learn, huh? Successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information about spilling blood. I applaud this policy. I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. If it isn't no problemo, if it is no problemo, as you say, that is well indeed. Yeah, I worry that it appears that the problem has found us anyway. I stopped and looked around, realizing that we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. But halfway to finding us a safer path. It's likely that my guidance has indeed given us a much safer path away from the more obvious skirmishes. However, to my great regret, it appears that the more observant of our enemies has tracked us here. Sorry. What is that? What is those hands? Either way, I feel like I'm being killed. Damn it. Then what are you even here for? Isn't it your job to prevent this exact scenario? Ha. Let's leave the finger pointing for later. We're gonna have to take them all down. They must not be allowed to disseminate our current location. Exactly. Where are you sneaking off to, Mr. King Tao? I must regrettably and humbly say that my talents in war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce for a moment. Yet I have the utmost faith in the strengths of our young master and the honored guest in overcoming this adversity, so... I just cut the cat in half. I'm definitely one-third cat. How am I one-third cat? What makes me cat-like? And King Tao is already standing so far away from the front line. I mean, I guess that makes me more cat than Zale, right? Practically hiding behind me. Lost? Anything you can tell us about these enemies? Your curiosity? Oh. That's why I always die in every game we play. First to die. Repo. Lethal Company. Headliners. Yep, curiosity always kills the cat. No, but a consultation of the cell shop seems unnecessary if we are to determine whether negotiating with them is an option. They're coming. Or so, wake Heathcliff up and set him down. It will be done. I still can't tell what that's supposed to be. An arm? Alright, I'm gonna mute my mic so I can eat while we do this fight.
기쁘고 신나는 날이요. 어떡.
효율적인 대처로 대치를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 미래가는 낙사에 대성공하지 않아요. 칼은 신나. 노래 부를까?
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠.
선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이요?
흑순이 일박제춤.
시간 끌지 말고.
숨통 끊기.
삼켜질 것이요. 기다리시게.
수강자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 따뜻했어. 사본수 그래 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일을 처리 빠르게 하는 게 너를 위한 방법이지.
승객들, 뭔가 기분 좋은 일이라도 있었던 거야?
숨통 끊기. 가차.
적에게 치명상을 입혔던 일. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 가지고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
그간의 전투 경험이
저는 언제나
쓸모가 없진 않아.
옳은 말만 한답니다.
불쌍하게 울고 지
단순해서 좋군 구몬 수강자. 물론
흑순이
좋은 성과를
일박제춤.
달고 잡지 준비해두지.
가차. 죽어라.
Yeah, well, I finished eating my burger. You guys got ASMR for the nuggets. The fight was short. Barbecue sauce. Hostiles in the immediate vicinity have been eliminated. Can you get a slurp of your drink? Sure. They delicious, right? Nuggies ASMR. Barbecue sauce. Um. Up into your jaw. Maybe during my birthday cup-a-thon, we could do a Taco Bell mukbang. Maybe they'll have a new item by then. I'll see you want Wendy's. I got a biggie bag. So my usual go-to is the Son of Baconator. I also really like their salads, but they're too expensive for salads. Let's be honest. They pack a lot in it though. Okay. Another drink. I hate how the Baconator now likes the junior. Now like the junior. I never really get the regular one anymore. I always get the Son of Baconator because I don't want to like kill myself. Looks like the junior. Oh, okay. No! Get the Greek guy out of here. Are you unhurt, young master? Yep, I'm totally fine. Of course, our honored guest's martial skills were all exceptionally brilliant, but, young master, your light was the brightest even among the incandescent. Humble servant could not hold back his tears at this wondrous sight. To witness such excellent martial arts from none other than the young master himself. What an unexpected surprise. But don't the children of the Gia family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood? It's not been my assumption that young master had ceased his trainings once he departed the family. Anyways, how do you think they tracked us down anyway? About that. It appears that we weren't exactly tracked down. Perhaps it may be the ilk who lurks in these parts of the backstreets recognize the young master's venerable countenance. I don't think my face is that well known. The family hierarchy evaluations are nigh. Every soul living in Hong Yuan must know the face of the young master who is loved by every elder of the family. It must be that they are under the assumption that you are carrying something of great value. Family hierarchy. Huh. Didn't Jia Yishun say something about errors back then? Y'all assumed wrong then. I didn't bring anything precious that the others might be looking for. Young master, even now? I just couldn't care less about it, that's all. Besides, many of my siblings are much better fit to be the family hierarch than I am. Huh, that's... well, that is indeed a relief. Printer out for delivery, yay! 3D printer! Why it here? Why it now here now? Why it not here now? I don't know. They don't move that fast. A relief, is it? Well, but of course, it is a highly dangerous endeavor to partake in the hierarch evaluations, though it is a great relief to know that the young master is not putting himself in unnecessary danger. I guess that could be a relief. Sort of. Still, now that we took them all down, there shouldn't be any more on the way. Right? Greg? Can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second? Why are you laughing, Ryoshu? Now I'm worried. Please do not concern yourself any further. We will take a more clandestine path. I guarantee a safe and easy passage to our destination. That's so untrustworthy. I have a hard time buying that. The lay of this place would constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush in most places. Yet you claim this is be the safer path? Yet I must ask you to place your faith in this humble servant, for Hongwan is not like most places. Fine. For now. Oda shut her eyes for a moment, out of retorts, then turned to look at Ishmael. Hey Ishmael, you must have a pamphlet for this place handy, don't you? No way. You're actually going to read it? Why else would I ask? No, I mean, how could I not be caught off guard after almost a whole year of getting brushed off by everyone? Every time I plead with them to read the damn pamphlets, like hell, did no one think to? I will find my own intel if you're going to ramble on and on with your grievances. Okay, fine. Here it is. Otis opened the pamphlet and began intently glaring at its text, as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of the information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows.
좋아. 생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간이 됐고 다음 먹잇감도 이런 식이었으면 좋겠어.
Zahn?
명령에 따를게요.
The last berserker?
효율적이라면.
Ow. They were on a desperate run. All about fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies. Oi! What happened to the safe and easy passage? Explain this shit! It appears that the young master's radiant countenance was made known. I thought we were finding a more clandestine passage. How come we're getting jumped by even more enemies? As I have said, the young master is radiant. At least try to give a little variation to your excuses. I cannot so easily say that he is being untruthful, given the disjointed allegiance of the enemies attacking us. Oris played with the pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated but unable to establish anything concrete. For people without a clear allegiance to attack a member of the Gia family. Looks like everyone in the backstreets has been getting pretty plucky while I was away. Back then, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They'd all be on their hands and knees whenever we walked past. Ah, what a wonderful change. Oi! Shove that wonderful change up your ass, you bloody loon. How much longer till we get there? My Keshan is near. Calm your worries. Dallas called me a hoe. Well, Douglas, were you being a hoe? If you're being a hoe, then it's understandable. Nom 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 nom. Our guide seems oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of his journey. Did he really get numb to all the violence that fast, or... Speaking of which, what's a kazan? Is the term commonly used to refer to taverns, inns, or equivalent places of lodging in this region. Lodging, huh? Like a hotel? Ooh, gotta be a pretty fancy then, huh? Do they serve like complimentary snacks and drinks like the warp train? No, you weren't being a hoe? Damn. Guess she just got aggression towards you then. You're an upstanding member of your community? Is that why you had me looking a bunch of stuff earlier? Okay, I'm done eating my food. I'm not sure about that, but it seems like Kazans also serve alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe we could get a meal in there. And phew. Hopefully we won't be attacked there like this. Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual acts of violence inside a residential building is, within this particular area and floor of Hongwan, a taboo. Taboo. You may rest easy within then. True. I saw False eyebrows slightly twitch, though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing. But I guess I'll ask her about it later. Lying. Yeah, man. For some kind of family hire or family head selection contest, why couldn't they save all this fighting until then? Because it would be too late. Late how? Every hierarch candidate must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them. It'd be nice if they believe that their own treasure is the most precious of them all, but everyone's going to try to take each other's just to be sure. I see. Just in case someone else brought something even better than their own. And might as well kill them too, for the sake of convenience. Is that how the folks in your family think? What kind of line of thinking is that? Other families didn't seem too different from mine. Damn. Deepest apologies for intruding upon this most enthralling conversation. However, we may be inviting even further trouble by dallying here. But the guy pulled out a watch to check the time. It will be nighttime soon. Weepers.
어떤 시간과 공간에
Kill
계시는 관리자님이 들을지 몰라
I eat ice.
그때를 위해서 미리 응원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요. 아 이런 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
주강자가 되어도 훌륭하게 하고 승부처 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 주강자
The ice is too cold.
와우, 벌써 재료를 저기까지 손질해둔 것이오.
김밥집 아직 죽지 마라. 아직 죽지 마라.
시간끌 집에서 비켜! 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 가지고 있다. 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
가치 없고
저는 언제나
죽어
옳은 말 말씀합니다.
숨통 끊기.
그래 그렇게 시원하게 처리해
Who has access to so many good people? Crazy.
빠르게 하는
선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이오.
Gonna die in a horrible car accident. Hop on us. No! Drive safe. No dying.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군.
Make sure to get Wendy's.
아직 죽지
대성공이야.
I get the son of Baconator.
노래 들까?
Only dying. No. Only Wendy's.
결투는 끝났다. 단순해서 좋군. 구분수가 딱 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
끝내지.
Wendy's is on my way home.
아직 죽지 마라.
It's Can we can take a different route? Let's take a different route. Be a win in no time. Now, here we are. This the place? We're running for the alleyway after alleyway, turning corner after corner. We finally came across the site of several small buildings, tightly built next to one another. At the center of them was a building lit with red lamps, adorned with a door plate with complicated looking letters scribbled over it. This is shoddier than I expected. Hey, isn't this place a bit too trashy to house your precious young master? That is not our building. Please, look this way to see where our honored guest will be staying for the night. I knew it. Heard so much from Honglu about all the splendor, They followed King Tao's finger and arrived at a small warehouse of sorts, exterior painted in black. That looks smaller than even Mephistopheles. Can we all even fit in there? Hey, that place looks trashy as heck, even for us, let alone your young master. This is the nearest Kazan we could afford to stay in, at least among the ones that I manage, yet its location in the backstreets heavily limits the level of decency you can afford. My deepest and sincerest apologies, young master. Don't worry, you can always sleep in decent places. You can't always sleep in decent places. It looks just fine for an overnight stay to me. Are you nuts? Can that thing even fit all of us in there? Much said I wish to guide the honored guests to the family mansion in the central zone. However, the time. Oh, the sweeping wave. Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we've got plenty of time to get there. Exactly. Don't we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion? According to the H-Core travel guide, the central area is only like an hour away from here. Has the honored guest traveled to District 8 before? Well, no. It's my first time here, but then one must ask how the honored guest could claim to have the full understanding of a place merely by flipping through a book, but she hasn't had to contend with it in person. Innumerable, unpredictable changes await in this teeming jungle of buildings. The ever-shifting structures, the constantly changing paths, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates, or even offices of the backstreets. Oh, we are beset by danger from all sides. Such bold, flippant approach to predicting the phenomena of this place is to court death. Even a toddler must know that. One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at the inadequacy of her wisdom. Is it just me? Or are we all thinking back to Ishmael, back to the Great Lake? Zip it, Dante. But if the guidebook lists a path, does it not simply imply that it's technically possible to reach there in time? Otis suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H-Core travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about. I have faith that if our executive manager would lead us in your directionally challenged stead, they would be able to lead us to our destination before night falls. This does not appear to have been discussed beforehand. Very well. Allow me to speak freely, without frills. My responsibility is to bring the honored guest to the central zone, and to ensure the young master's safety. It is, indeed, technically possible to reach the family mansion before the night in the backstreets commences. Technically. Yet, not even one iota of danger to the young master shall be permitted. The mission that has been so graciously bestowed upon this humble servant is not to guide the young master of haste, but to guide him with utmost safety. Oh-ho! It is said that those engaging in strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose. Stubbornly forge on toward the family mansion in lieu of the necessity of necessary intel to see when these mobs of assailants would end is to wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination. You. Wonderful. Truly impressive. You have all the qualities of someone I would trust with my life when devising a stratagem. This is the most fitting attitude for those who genuinely wish the best for those they serve. Really? You're just gonna start going along with him all of a sudden? I've misunderstood your intentions, truly. It sparked my ire by comparing some of your choice words with my very own. Yet now, my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your heart. This humble servant did not imagine, even in his wildest dreams, that there would be someone who understands the fathoms of his loyalty. It seems that young master has certainly gained an eye for allies and fellowships. This is the cause for much relief in my heart. Ha! Listen to him. This one knows how to jest. They're basically best buds now, huh? I may have lost my cool for a moment there. Anyway, this man speaks true. It is highly likely that we would be exposed to attacks of similar nature were we to continue moving at this time. She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized that she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd, dead, serious expression. When our gazes locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this her way of saying, so long, I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now. Thanks for everything. And as for this hotel, it's much better than sleeping in outdoor tent barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue here before moving on. Did you not earlier insist on continuing our search for a better combination of the greatest behemoths, Miss Otis? Yeah, whatever. We get your point. Let's go inside. My humblest self can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging with the deepest gratitude. After all that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision as he has brought his fist and palm together. The architecture of today mustn't be judged with such haste, merely by an observation of their exterior. The interior may hold aught to be surprised of, worry not. Rodian surrendered. Wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building. Oh, this actually ain't so bad. It's clean in here. The place presents a rather classical aesthetic. The landscape paintings lining the walls gives off a rather sophisticated mood. And it's much more spacious inside than it looks from the outside. Did they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too? No. It seems that the building only appeared small due to the density of structures in proximity. Well, the door is now open. Should my presence be required, I shall be in a small shed next to this building. Please, do converse freely. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Hong Lu stood at a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. Hi, Measla. How was work today? Over? Done with? There was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers, and a howling, destructive gale. Over, done with, gone, out, free, bazinga. Freedom is always great for the day. For the day. But hey, you gotta take those W's. You survived. Oops. Click. Do you suspect something, Hong Lu? So I decided to ask. Not yet. I don't think. Huh? Not yet? So, big brother. Something felt off to you too, huh? That's when we caught a familiar voice. Wow, you shoot. It's you, and so soon too. Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon. Have you been well, young master? I'm so glad to see that you're doing well, Mr. Wei. Oh wait, don't tell me you're staying here too. Yichun. I normally wouldn't ever set foot in a place like this, but I ran into some kind of large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. I had to come in for the back streets. So we weren't the only ones troubled by that random construction site. Random. Oh, hail to thee! God. Confident look on Chichun's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm. Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you? No. Don Quixote is the same. She's the same as always. Ahem. Ahem. But she looks like such an airhead. Young Chichun. Well, wouldst thou accompany me to the lounge for a moment, so that we may share a moment of catching up? Oh, yeah, actually, let's do that. Hold on. Gia Chichun seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact. Before walking right up to her, I like that idea. Shall we? Wait, why don't you go and find a room for me to stay in while I talk some things out with her? What? You want to do some catching up, right? There's Manager Esquire. Loss of critical personnel may be a cause for disciplinary action, Dante. I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. Looks like Chichun really likes Don Quixote. He's comfortable enough to tease her like that. Not Don Quixote she likes. She obviously just wants Don Quixote's power she saw back then. My lady. Hardly the appropriate place for... Fine. I'll try again later. Go get some sleep. I'm heading in too. Chichun sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. Well, it's all head inside now. So I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging. I thought that was supposed to be a battle.
좋아.
Oh, it was?
생동감이 살아있는
That was a lot
좋은
of
공간.
story.
다음 먹잇감도 이런 식이었으면 좋겠어.
Didn't even know. Everyone was busy looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging. But Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Claire? Something in here stands out. Like, imagine an ideal picture. Did you call? Fucking, he's saying please. Damn it. Ugh. Oh, I missed that joke you saying. Not what I was. I'm not. Anyway. Am I the only one who feels like something stands out like a sore thumb from the whole picture? Oh yeah. Glad you brought it up. Didn't say anything because I thought it was just me. Radia. So what's so off about this place? Isn't it obvious? Where'd all the complimentary snacks go? What's that weird mystery table at the center of this room? Huh? That is kind of weird though. What's that table doing there? Saturated colors are quite the pleasant sight to behold. So, is it any better in thought? What the hell is that hideous table? The kerfluffle sparked by the particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of that table yet. Every step on the floor leaves black residue on his shoes. Not only the floor, touching the walls leaves an unidentified black substance on one's fingers. Not to mention how the walls ripple in an odd fashion. What could possibly be the construction of this structure? Icky. Icky. Everything's icky. Well, my guess is that the maintenance staff's been slacking. Maybe. Why is everything so neatly organized if that's the case? Been to enough seedy establishments to tell when a place has gone a while without a tidy up. At least it appears that each room is furnished with a bed. While this is far from optimal, executive manager, we may be able to rest here. Huh. I guess I really didn't have the time to clean up. Yes, Shishun, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression. I'm not even sure what to say to this ridiculous negligence. Then found her room after leaving the scathing remark. Ain't the first time we were sauntering right into some shady business in it. Let's just cross that bridge when we come to it, yeah? I guess. Anyone can tell that there was something definitely wrong about that guy. Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor. But what the? Where did they come up with these words? Vociferously expressing their desire to rest with a collective sign of exhaustion. Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads. In that case, Dante, perhaps this may be a good time to announce today's close of business. Huh? I've never made this announcement outside the bus before. Oh, right. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Understood. Thank you kindly. Starting now, you all will be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways, some stumbling into their rooms, while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table at the center of the room. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a quick BRB. I'm gonna use the restroom. Alright, I'm back. I think I already read this line. Pay for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis? Yes, executive manager. About our guide, King Tao. Oh, your new best friend from earlier? Seems like you guys are getting along pretty well. Wait, what? That is simply untrue. Did you not see the signal I gave you earlier? What signal? Oh, that you saw it. Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction? Indeed, that individual has an informational advantage over us when it comes to this locale. Regardless of how it sound, the accusations we came up with were, he would have been able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. I saw it as a party with an informational disadvantage. It'd be wise to feign camaraderie, friendship with the individual, and go along with their plans while trying to dig out as much intel as possible. I seriously thought that suspicious guy totally won you over. Executive manager, I've been in this business for many years. How could you even imagine that I would be fooled by an amateur spy who's so overtly nothing. I think that she's a spy. Laura's disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were more important matters at hand. While it is uncertain as to how long the individual will be accompanying us, it would be reasonable to speculate that he approached the LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Hong Lu, Yue Bao Yu. I present the fact that it was Pilot, the inexperienced greenhorn, who somehow conveniently came up across this connection, as another evidence supporting this suspicion. That's also true. Boss also has information to share. Boss joined the conversation after listening to us discuss for some time. A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one called Residential Non-Aggression Taboo that universally prohibits acts of violence within residential areas. And that also has to be. It is too early to come to conclusions regarding that matter. It appears that this area, Hongwan, has taboos that change depending on your location within its territory. However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, come to the conclusion that he was most likely lying to us. Your assessment cannot be denied. In that case, we must already be deep within the enemy's machinations. The constant stream of random assailants we faced earlier was most likely also part of their plan. It may very well be that the building itself is also a trap, yet we lack the intelligence about this particular backstreets to be certain. However, we do have one minor advantage. It seems that they have severely underestimated our capabilities, given the low caliber of assailants they decided to send after us. One thing we can capitalize on is that mutual lack of intel. Keep our guards up, remain alert, and we should be able to navigate our way out of this trap, like back in the manager. Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Honestly, I didn't know who or what to trust. And I would appreciate it if you could trust me fully next time. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. Foster and I chatted a little bit more about King Tao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. Witnessing. I realized that Hong Lu was missing as I was spending time chatting with the sinners. Later. I didn't notice him going into his room, so I walked to the exit, about to go look for Hong Lu outside, and ran into Jia Xishuan in a way who decided to stay in the room close to the door. But Tara! That guy's a little roachy guy. Getting late. Where are you going alone without a guard? Oh, just looking for Hong Lu. Right. Can't understand what you're saying. Oh, right. When it comes to conversing about the sinners, I find that there are two types of people. The first type usually says whatever is on their mind without pausing for or caring to hear my reply. Hear that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, That simplifies things a little on my end. However, it's also oddly insulting if it seems as though they don't recognize me as a human, but rather a wall or a clock on a wall. And the other type is the one that reads me so well that they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Virgilus falls into that latter category. He recognizes the pitch on my talks and reads my body language. Something even claims to see my expressions, like how Don Quixote does. And just one. You saw through me with that short exchange. Okay, let's see. Just looking to get some early morning air? Oh, Does your prosthetic head even have a respiratory function? Wouldn't have guessed from the way it looks. Did not belong in either category. No, not really. I'm just looking for Hong Lu because I haven't seen him in a while. Shaking your head, so no. Then are you looking for something to eat? He's the new one. The type that tries to figure it out what I'm saying without asking for help. My lady, would it not be wise to wake or find someone who may be able to translate? They would have done that themselves if there were something. If it were something important. Kind of curious though. What was that hand gesture you made when I first asked? You brought your index finger up to your cheeks. Well, Hong Lu's always smiling. So I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him. Perhaps it was an effort to express cuteness or beauty? What? No, I was just trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it? I'm TikToking a lot more vigorously. Hey, I think you're onto something. This conversation has turned the veer into completely unattended territory. After a bit of trial and error. I see. You're looking for my big brother, huh? It took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get here, her to understand what I was trying to say. Well, if he's who you're looking for, that's easy. You should be able to find him by the lounge back there. I doubt he got very far from there, if he even left. That's what you're trying to. That's what you're trying so hard to communicate. Yes, Shishun was, strangely enough, disappointed and dispirited by my reply. I did have something to tell you too, but never mind. I feel like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this at another time. I was curious, but it would also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading to the back entrance. I found Hong Lu, gazing at the heavy scene out the opaque windows. What are you doing here? Hit, people watching. There are some people stumbling through the streets outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, Hong Lu seemed to sense what I was thinking and began. Are you worried for me, Dante? Well, yeah. Your turn, Hong Lu. It really is. I'm back at H-Core, and everyone's talking about the family hierarchy selection. But you don't have to worry about me at all. Because I did not wish for anything from Limbus Company. Really? I'm not like you saying. I'm not hiding my true feelings. No one gave me a wonderful promise like they would help me recover my torn and broken wings. I joined only to have some new experience. That's all. But you do know that something's definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that would shake you to your very core. Even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could. Probably yes, but it's okay. I'm used to being led by the will of others anyway. No matter what happens here, I can't do this like everyone else. Because that's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me, or to those around me, I only... A loud, boisterous bellow suddenly cut Hong Lu off before he could finish the sentence. Oi, let go of me! Listen to that sod talking and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at that. Dang it, lower your voice. What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff, who were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view. I knew I shouldn't have come here with this guy. Couldn't you be patient for even a few minutes before bursting out of here? How long have you two been listening? From the very start, course. I thought he was finally making some sense at first. But what's that? That you're used to following others' will? I didn't mean to irk you, Heathcliff. I'm only telling the truth. Bloody hell. I'm about to burst the vessel. Boy, buggy bloke. How am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel? I think I'm practicing plenty of patience despite you calling me buggy bloke out of nowhere. So yeah, you are. Ah, that's not what I... Finally, some silence. Anyways, sorry about listening in, fellas. I'll let you in on some big secret if you let this one slide, though. What's the secret? Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence, then pointed at a pillar in an exaggerated motion. Guess who's hiding behind that pillar, Manager Bud? That, two familiar figures somewhat out of the view from behind the pillar. Oh my god, why is Ryoshi back there? How could you betray us like that, Gregor? BWAHA. Sinclair, can you translate that one? Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, snooze fest, she says. Huh? Did I get that wrong? I never said GNS. When did you get a FU? What? She looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing open the ceiling above the entrance. In an uncharacteristically wet noise or something cutting through a wall, a black ink-like substance dripped onto the floor, followed by Radia and Otis crashing down after it. Get the fuck out! So actually is my favorite center, guys. Ah, didn't realize I had garnered such an audience for my story. Executive Manager, the sole reason I followed you out here was for the purpose of protection, as I was concerned for your safety. I am not like the others who have followed you merely to sate their curiosities. Me? I was just bored. Then shall we continue the conversation, Dante? Everyone back to your rooms now! Jesus Christ. Good night, snooze fest. Oh. 60 minutes. Change Gregor then. Capture. Fine. With hooks.
직접 손봐주지.
Why is it limited, I wonder? After that little kerfuffle, just as everyone was scattering to their rooms, Otis suddenly began to vehemently oppose leaving me all on my own. Are you absolutely certain, Executive Manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. It's true, however, we're currently in an uncharted territory for our team. We do not have much experience sleeping at a place where our safety isn't an absolute guarantee. Hey, we're literally right next door to him. It would take less than 5 seconds for us to come over when something happens. Do you not know that every second matters in emergencies? Now, Babushka, the comp. Let's get you out of here. An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out, and they eventually left my room, gently closing the door behind them. Finally, some peace and quiet. I sit on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I needed some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind a sinner's time. The longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the Sinner's injuries became. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies. It means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. So, I think of the star. Before the great gates which I face with every revival, I witness its intricate engravings, feel its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent. But by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Something opened the window, but there's no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. If it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turn around to look at where the window was supposed to be, only to see a melted wall and an intruder slinking through the newfound opening. Who are you? As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. But there was already a blade right at where my neck and head met. It still is shearing cold. Just a little nudge, and I'd be dead even before I can make a kick. I remembered how worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. I was getting ready for my final struggle. My final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis' advice. What a pathetically thin blade. Too delicate to have the clock CIH, don't you think? Don't know what she's trying to say. Ryoshi leapt down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. Ryoshi, I'm not getting thinking I was about to see something interesting, but you're just some beast of steel. I looked up to see the ceiling torn apart, dripping with vicious paint like fluid, just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Honglu. Executive Manager, are you unharmed? I noticed peeking out from the gap. Otis, was the one who instructed Ryoshi that the ceiling had a room to hide in. Remember that. Shut up and help me. Oh, I thought this one was just some beast of steel. I could have cut this beast in half, sword and all, had I not been on the bus. All of your abilities diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Fully defanged and depowered, if you will. Suddenly recalled Hohenheim's commentary back at the LCE. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. NFW, what is happening? This was Ryoshi was struggling to stop that one blade. The intruder pulled out another dagger from their other arm and slashed at Ryoshi's neck. A beast of a Haishao pack. The intruder would have cut her throat had Wei not burst through my door. Onyx, I need $1, no questions asked? I don't have $1. I want to ask questions though. Now I want to know. You may ask too. Why do you need $1? Because I have an emergency. What kind of emergency costs only $1? Who wills you now? I don't suppose dialogue is an option. Light enters not the vast garden, yet follows a star into its fathom still. Hunger. Okay, I have another question. Can I have a third question? No. intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd implication. You can't just use it. Fuck. How could this happen to me? Little shit. Talisman? Wait, get it together. My lady. Just as the intruder is muttering began to grow intense, Yes Shishun leaped into my room and struck the stranger with her fan. Are you going to let that bastard finish the stupid spell? He almost activated the Q-Core talisman. Q-Core? Oh, you ask your next question? What? Only costs $1 to eat. Isn't everything way more expensive? Are you going to let that bastard finish that stupid spell? They almost activated the Q-Core talisman. Apologies, my lady. It seems that I still remain somewhat bound by that spell. Listen, you're no longer a Heishao. You serve me now, got that? You don't have to let those things control you anymore. Yes, lady, my apologies. That you used to be one of them? Light enters not the vast garden. It falls a star into its bosoms. You really need $1 on me? My lady, my apologies. What is that? A little raven? Oh, it's a little crow. I fell limply to the bed with a sudden alleviation of stress and pressure. Hey, are you? I can't understand them anyway. I managed to stop the assassin before he had laid a hand on them, fortunately. Got it. I don't think there was anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on. I got a gift sub to some random person. I must have lurked when it raids slow. Probably. I mean, yes, but I can make do about the $1. When the lights came on, we saw this one. This one's from Mal Branch, isn't it? What is it? Taco Bell? You trying to get Taco Bell? With a black bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls? The walls that appeared solid before we all went to sleep were now melting away as if they were a vicious fluid. There is something wrong with this building. I knew that. They must have done something to the building, but how is a Heishao here? Whole operation's gotta be spearheaded by someone of real power. This isn't just an ambush from an overexcited family hierarch contestants. What I don't understand is, why the Mao branch? There are better Heishao branches to use if all they wanted to do was cut off the clock's head. Then they must have had a different purpose, huh? Correct. This one is from the Mao branch of the Heishao packs. Which means more of them must have infiltrated this building. Though not at the scale of the Z branch. The Mao branch always moves in groups. Therefore, their goal must be to kill every guest staying in this Kazan, including you, my lady. Then, gotta get moving. Can't let them surround us if we want even a chance of surviving this. Dante! Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again. Thou art. Thank me later. If we don't move our asses, we're good as dead. Wait. Yes. We don't have the time to contact the main forces of our faction at the family mansion. You know what to do when we're at a numerical disadvantage, right? It will be done, my lady. Yes, Shishun and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as they saw sinners enter, as though they must have been waiting in here for my protection. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red-faced on edge. Verso was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression. I stand before you in shame. I have to borrow the hands of another to protect the executive manager. Oh no, I should have listened to what you said. Extrapolating from the pattern by which the walls have disintegrated, it is likely they utilized the identical means of infiltration for each center. Oh, right. Were you attacked by bamboo-hatted assailants too? Their ranks numbered many, Manager Esquire, yet, for how many of them there were, they were unsettlingly silent. Verily, we were almost... not almost. I saw on the way here that some of us did get killed, and fell straight for the guts. So what he said about how fighting indoors was a taboo. Yes, a lie. How utterly cowardly and unjust of the vile cur to strike from the shadows. Alas, now is not the moment to ruminate upon their villainy. Correct. Besides, there's more than waiting to sink their blades into us. Kill them. Kill the rabbits. 5 rabbits. Yeah, I'll do my own rabbits.
그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장
잘근잘근 씹어버리겠네.
알아듣겠습니까? 지금 적기를 하나 찾아간다.
Oh, he dancing. Got a random sub from someone who I've never watched before twice. I've had that happen a few times also.
당신을 관리자로 정한 데엔 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
흑수며
계기가
뒷박질
있겠습니다.
중.
What if I have... Yeah, I actually have
승객이
the emotes right now for someone I don't even know. So many animated emotes.
비틀거리고 있는 개체가 보입니다. 이전까지 있었던 대부분의 관리자들은 이 타이밍에서 결정적인 일격을 지시하곤 했죠.
No, you only have 45 minutes left.
사람자가 되어도 훌륭하겠다. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수
They can't hear you because work.
딱 좋겠어.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem. You raccoon.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
Raccoon. Raccoon.
발린 말과는
그간의 전투
실패하지 않아요.
쓸모가 없진 않았고
He has no idea what I'm...
적합한 조치였습니다.
And I refuse to sit up.
야호, 이기는 편, 우리 편.
바람구멍을 내주지.
가치 없.
연장 솜씨 달라라쭈. 선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는
Who
거죠.
took first? Literally right there on the screen. Mr. Chalice, yes. Hey, Kaiser and ZB. What did Kaiser do?
별것도 아니네.
Definitely ZB Suleiman.
좋아. 생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간이 됐군. 다음
Real shit is
먹잇감도
crazy,
이런
man.
식이었으면 좋겠어.
Coupon. Yeah, same sinners. Works
뒷박질
for me.
시간.
Where's Honglu?
개체가 다소 불리한 조건에 놓여 있습니다. 이 기회를 효과적으로 노려보죠.
바람구멍을 내주지.
You doubt it? If we want to go, it doesn't hurt to go.
늦으면 네피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
Really.
흑수며
If you go.
뒷박질 중.
Oh, Chalice, I'm gonna need your help later. With something.
곧 삼켜질 것이오. 가다리시게.
What's up?
숨통
I just need to charge my car battery and probably put air in the tire for the Celica, because I think Austin's gonna come by tomorrow.
쉽게 하지 않아요.
I want to make sure that's like as ready as it can be, so we could like test stuff.
흑수며 빈박질
Okay, yeah.
그림자 속으로 가라.
Doorbell rang. Ring tonight. Okay.
승부처
Doorbell. Is it the thing?
승객들,
Nice.
뭔가 기분 좋은 일이라도 있었던 거야?
흑수며 빈박질 중
Is it heavy? Heavy?
결투는 끝나지 않아.
Big. Alright, step. Yeah. Dallas got her 3D printer. Looks like it came from China.
확실히 훌륭한 모든 수행자. 덕분에 유명한 순간도
승객이 딱
Limbus
한
company.
번
Because
먹였어.
eventually I want to get a box and then I can send.
I think we're safe for now. Something tells me that they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them. So hopefully that means something. Ah, where'd Don Quixote go? Hark, for I am here. Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside. I'd gone to spy if the other sinners had suffered as we have. Verily, they were indeed targeted as well. Most defended themselves well against the curs. Shall be here post-haste, yet... Everyone survived, huh? Young Sinclair and Yisang. But it appears if they had risen and battled, they were caught unaware by our foes. It's likely that their demise came soon after tripping over each other's foot. How embarrassing. Young Heathcliff, he... Isn't that fella our resident mob fight expert? How did they even get him? They didn't get me, mate. I'm as good as new. Heathcliff. What's got you so gobsmacked, lass? I recall a blade piercing young Heathcliff in the back of his head. Didst thou turn a clock for him already, Manager Esquire? No. Not yet, anyway. Blimey. That's what this funny itch on my... That's what this funny itch on the back of my head... Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head, then crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore. He's dead. How did he even manage to walk all the way over here? A hole in his head. Young Heathcliff! The other sinners are starting to gather, Manager. As pathetic as this force may be, we cannot spare any hands at this moment, Executive Manager. We must also join the others as soon as possible and assist them. There are sounds of altercations coming from the lobby. Gotcha. The clock turns as it always does. Sometime later. Whoa, please hold on a moment. You. Still see people inside the lobby, which was also in the bizarre process of melting away. Phew. Among them, I noticed Jia Shishuan clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat. Going on the offensive already, huh? How come a big shot in control of a high show pack decided to come after small fries like us? Behind the black bamboo hat wearing assassin stood. I see that you've tracked me down, so certain of your own safety. But my master has already prepared countermeasures. There stood King Tao, our supposed collaborator, who led us here, and Wei, who is threatening him with a sword. So you were behind this. Ah, it's you. I sussed out that you'd be planning something like this, but you lacked the patience to pull it off. Quite observant. I thought I had completely won you over. You must know that at H-Core, there is but one path to survival and riches. Choose a family hierarch candidate and serve them with utter loyalty. But who in their right mind would serve young Master Bao Yu? He who has grown up with no hardship. He who doesn't possess a single speck of ambition. You shut your bloody mouth, yeah? And you, rich boy, oi, are you just gonna sit there and let that bloke talk shit to your face? But he's right that I don't have any ambitions. Have you got no self-respect? What do you have anyway? Okay, everyone, shut up for a second. He's obviously taunting you. Stop indulging him. Wait, speak. I know that you have no means to wield a high show pack. So speak. Which master do you choose to serve? Who controls them? Ah, so they are curious. Stay your sword, Zilu. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. Young master, are you certain this is wise? Worry not. They're destined to be swept away by the morning dew anyway. The trajectory of their fate shall not alter course, were they to witness me. The voices soon reveals himself in the shadows, walking into the light with a casual, assured gait. Huh? Seriously? You? See, you're... Allow me to grace you ignoramuses with my exalted name. I am Yi Wan of the Shi family. You may know me as a very prominent candidate to the throne of the family hierarch.
좋아. 생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간이 됐고
Oh, fuck.
다음 먹잇감도 이런 식이었으면 좋겠어.
Ricardo! Okay, everyone again.
이 명을 받듭니다.
얘들아,
내 입에도
훌륭한 미끼.
사
급행 주문이군요.
영광입니다.
제 차례인가요? 저주를
네, 문제 없어요. 현장에서 직접 뵙죠.
Ricardo's just gonna fuck everything up. Go check that story out, be right back. Okay. Okay, Chalice. Prominent. But of course, I claim control of a branch of the High Show Pax. While you were wasting your time out there searching for the Ripper of Immortality or whatever, I don't even know where I'd even start to refute your brain-dead accusation. Ha. This is way beneath me. I didn't even want to address you as my senior either. So who is it? Big Brother Juan? Nah, I can't imagine he'd be interested in someone like you. It's not. What do we do? What are you talking about? I'm asking whose teat you've been sucking on to gain control of the Mile Branch. Because we both know for sure that there's no way in hell you have the means to control them, right? You little twerp. Are you sure you want to insult my height from where you're standing? Dr. Yuan? It doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. Agreed. I can tell just by the look of that traitor with the physiognomy of a deceiver. This is a waste of time. Hey, Zilu, cut them all down. The mission was to assassinate them. Meet them in an open battle. Take the lives of higher candidates. Not what was agreed upon. What the fuck? Blah blah blah. Just shut up and do as you're told. I may fight to protect your life. Yeah, I cannot do more. The High Shell heeds no voices but that of the one who holds their leash. Looks like that Yuan doesn't even control these guys. There is an apt saying, often invoked in my homeland. A fox may pretend to the throne, but only with the blessing of the tiger. Shut up over there. Damn it. This High Show pack is useless. Can't even get a simple job done. Master Yuan, High Show pack was here merely as a backup plan. Our true strategy involves... true. It's fine. I have other plans to sweep you all away. This is the second time this individual has made an odd emphasis on a variation of the word, sweep. What? Are you saying that you bribed the sweepers or something? While the reactions may appear suspicious, that suggestion is almost an absolute impossibility. The head is at the top of the sweeper's chain of command. Wait, what? Really? I didn't know that. I thought they're just kind of like a force of nature, almost. In other words, only the head possesses the authority to command them. Right. Yeah, of course. Moreover, they are prohibited from touching, let alone entering, any designated residential areas during the night in the back streets. This is a permanent, immutable taboo of the head, one of the very first to be introduced. The effort of going through a myriad of paperwork to ensure that Mephistopheles is recognized as a residential vehicle was ultimately to capitalize on this taboo. Yes, it is exactly as you say. What a stupid question to ask, making me anxious out of nowhere. That soured the mood. Come, let us leave. I had only intended to have them see my face after all. Too bad I won't even remember them in a few days once they all get swept away. Master Yuan? You best leave before any more unnecessary words are said. Boss was right. These guys are acting way too suspicious to not have anyone's scheme brewing back there. So overtly suspicious, I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us into walking right into their trap. Well, I'm surrounded by nothing but uncertainties. It's the solution that usually works. Boss. Boss had intended to make this suggestion first, but it appears that you share the idea. Yep, so Otis. Yes, executive manager. We have 12 sinners, Yeshwan and Wei on our side. And I don't think the so-called Mao branch are willing to fight. Which means that we only have 3 enemies. Tihuan, our guide, and Zailu, the assassin. We have the numerical advantage, don't we? You always make the most accurate read of the battlefield. What's going on over there? What's that tick-tocking noise? Our former guide seemed to have figured out what our conversation was about, because he took a few careful steps away from Shi Huan before bolting off into the distance. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. Oh. What? What is the Honglu? Did you remember something? I did. I had a hard time recalling this because he isn't from my family. But I remember now. You're big brother Huan of the Shi family, right? Didn't that guy just announce that himself earlier? Anyways, Honglu. I'm gonna get that guy and beat the motives out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you? He's not from my family, but I'm sure Big Brother Huan would be happy to answer your questions. Great. Another thing. As your commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right? Wow, that's gonna be so cool. Like something straight out of a story. Oda said something like this once. That even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor in who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Honglu once lent me. It was a general who said it, I believe. Destroy them all. Destruction.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을
He's
확인해보죠, 단테.
He's fast.
하던 대로 해보십시오.
Otis. And Don Quixote. Anything back there.
길 좀 막지 마.
No, he's saying. Ah, he's got unclassable or unbreakable coins.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요.
Wait a minute, wait.
적합한 조치였습니다.
This fight showed the fucking middle on it though.
이 한장 솜씨가 현란하슈. 선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이오.
어떤 시간과
Three waves,
공간의
okay,
관리자님이
alright.
될진 몰라도 그때를 위해서 미리 음원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요. 아 이런, 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
Too slow for everything. What's this? Oh shit, what? What did I take? That's fine. Do that.
흑순 뒷박질 중.
God damn it.
잠깐 기다려라.
Actually need to like focus here. You need to pay attention.
시간 끌지 말고.
Oh, nope, he's staggered. I don't have to pay attention at all.
그래서 카론이 안전벨트 잘하라고 있잖아.
Heard that once Onyx went live with the old title, but only once. Problem of everyone making fun of them was so bad they graduated. No! I knew him! Hi, Folly. Yeah, no. Everyone thought I was opening card packs at the beginning of the stream with my notification.
기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
How are you guys today? You guys done of work? Or whatever? I think Zell... 20 minutes left. Fail, tactical fail. God, this guy's fast. Alright, hang on. Don Quixote. Can't do shit. Okay. Why did this guy clash so high? I went to grad school, I have 2 weeks to write 6 papers. That's a lot of papers for 2 weeks. Hopefully you don't procrastinate as badly as I used to. That's cool. I have to do all that shit like last second. Dang, I can't really do anything here. Retreat? No, don't retreat. Here's my first backup. Backup is Deep Cliff. That the one that got so annoyed I showered and took a nap. Yeah, that's a good solution. Showers fix everything, in my opinion.
상정회의의 공격이었어.
I have a hard time napping.
그것까지 당신
Personally.
설마
That's why you just put that one to the side and do another one.
지나갔을 테니.
도대체 뭐 하는 것이오? 똑바로 하시오.
이러다가
I
지뢰와
think I'll spend it every turn.
잡아먹겠어.
I don't really sleep regular hours, so the nap helped. That's good. I went to bed at 2, was awake by 6. I also went to bed at 2. Woke up at 8-ish. 7? 8? How did I wake up? I don't even know. Yeah, probably 8. Because if we weren't there for yesterday's stream, I opened like 50 packs of cards about. So I spent like the entire night afterwards just trying to put them in binders and organize them. Very time consuming. Anyway. Fuck your speed. Donkey gonna die? He might. Alright, let's do that. I just have a hard time napping in general. And then whenever I do nap, I feel like I just like wasted time. I could have been doing something else.
핑클핑클.
That's just me. But I always want to be doing something.
또 3번 수감자가
He does.
헛짓이라도 했나 보군.
Yeah, well, I can finally use some ego. Well, everything's on a phone.
급습니다. 뒷박질 준비.
I have a hard time stacking reps on him too.
내가 죽어도 예언한
I lost somebody.
무불사위.
Maybe if I do retreat, I could get Foss and maybe get a flow attack. Funky, no! I missed the glasses redeem. I can turn it back on. Actually, there's no reason for that one to be off. Hang on. Oh, fuck. Okay, the middle's here. Which? Dashboard. Okay. Turn all the redeems back on. That should be on. Strange tune crashes through the sound of this fierce battle. Is this electronic dance music? Something about it seems familiar. Baja Blast! Oh, good. Thank you, Zame. The glasses protected my eyes from the bot from getting Baja Blast in them. The perfect protection. The dire need. Dire times. Oh, good. I can actually read better now, too. Ha. Finally. Fucking Ricardo! Thanks to the merry chase you've led me on, I've slid ever so slightly further into the world of the bristly. Let's see. Title 2, Section 11. Row C. Punishment for those who dare to flee from the middle of retribution begins by tearing their legs apart from the groin. I will make sure you suffer for all of my time you wasted. But what the fuck is that blighter doing here? What the hell is wrong with you? You've been stalking us all along? My googly eye. Maybe some Baja Blast got in after all. Since when is chasing after a thief conflated with stalking? I'll have you know that I am still banished from the world of the luscious, thanks to you who dared to pinch my hair coupons. What the hell? Where did they come from? You guys are just pissing people off left and right, aren't you? Onyx when they see Chalice. Thielu, take him out. What an utterly insular fool. What did you say? Do you not know? That man. What's the middle doing here? Ricardo, the big brother of the middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. Boss, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again. No, not yet. According to the evaluation data at the LCE, the sinner's powers had grown since the time at the Great Lake. Our chance of victory against this individual has risen to a meaningful degree to forfeit the battle before it even begins. By how much? Enough to put our faith in the uncertainties. Alrighty then, enough of the background noise. I don't know what your business is with these thieves, but I have personally traveled all the way to the eastern part of the city because I simply must exact my vengeance against him. My two hands. Bro, he wouldn't literally halfway across the city. Without the warp train, presumably. I could have simply informed my brothers in the east and let them handle this, but that just wouldn't do. I was determined to see this through to the end myself, even if it meant asking a great brother of the east for a favor. Great brother? Great brother? You mean this brother is even bigger than Big Brothers? What the fuck? So you there, Half Pint and his cute mini entourage. Get the hell out of my sight. The Metal's Book of Vengeance comes first. Half Pint? Ha! Keep babbling that fat lip of yours, minion of the fingers. You don't scare me at all with your cheap hairdo and that garnish as hell botched dye job. You're in the H-Core turf now. This motherfucker just signed his death warrant. Wow. Just wow. Bloody hell, mate. That's messed up. Like how the music just stops. He's far too absorbed in his own foolishness to see he's walking into his own demise. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath, even after enduring that barrage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought. Impressive. You just set a new record. You are the current record holder for how fast can I get written up in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance challenge, boy. You did it in 15 seconds. Then, with trembling hands, he reached down to grab his Book of Vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on the paper, slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke of pen count. Unfortunately, your audacity is terminal. I will rip your jaws apart myself as punishment. Boys, make sure that this little band of thieves won't get away while I deal with this pipsqueak. What the hell is this asshole talking about? Hey, Zilu! Who the F? Actually, I don't care. Stop me if you can. Effective immediately. Punishment for all involved parties and bystanders at the site of your crimes shall be complete and total extermination. I think we can slip away a notice in this mess? I don't think we've got much of a chance there. Crowder Factory rocketed toward where Zilu and Chi Hiwan were standing in a burst of speed. But his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered. Ready your weapons, everyone. Payback time for what happened to Great Lake? Let's do this. Besides, I've got a score to settle this, that son of a bitch. How the fuck are we gonna get out of this? Last time we need to have the fucking color bail us out. Alright. No, fucked. Yeah, these guys should be easier to deal with. Much easier to deal with. They're just little brothers. So we know there's big sisters too, who are seemingly higher up than big brothers, but then there's also great brothers.
참가루가 솔솔 잘 들었음. 선물로 만들기 편할 것이오.
Fucking love syndicates. I hope we get even more lore for the fingers during Ryochu's Kanto. Google, did you make it home? Did you get Wendy's? No, I'm texting and driving. No! You can't do that unless you're at Wendy's.
여기 걸어다니는 노다지가 해롱해롱하고
All right,
있어.
all right. Yoshi will have a chance to live. Okay, rupture. It's 21 stacks of rupture. That's not good.
흑수며 뒷받칠 춤
Well, as long as she doesn't get hit.
젠장
One hit and she's dead.
즐거운
Plus I could get pursuance off.
어? 이건 아군이었던 것 같지 않음?
She died anyway? But okay, that's fine. Fine, I guess. Yes. Must have had another status or something I wasn't paying attention to. But I don't see any reason why she should have taken rupture damage unless they had a counter. There was an explosive noise from a distance. A moment later, Ricardo landed before us with a boom. I heard that the Heisha of the East were a tough bunch, but that lady was something else. So, why did a woman like that suddenly split from a fight? My problem, I guess. Getting written down in the book, too. I have to take care of what I really came here for. Get ready for a beatdown with coupon thieves. It really fucked us.
개체가 유리한 조건을 이용하고자 하는 징조가
Little
보이는
brother Werner.
관리자님의
Gotta let him get a
지시만 있다면 그다지 위협적이진
get a
않을 것 같군.
title card. Oh, why is her sanity so low? What the hell? No one can do shit. Oh, she actually won a fast. That's good. Save us, Marceau.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
Fucking Ricardo. When I was rolling for the new Ryosho ID, I fucking got his fucking announcer like 4 or 5 times. I had the worst luck ever on that stupid ass gacha.
저런 광대 노름은 압도적인
어.
힘에서 그저 넋짓거리일 뿐입니다만
Oh, mouse grab.
당신에겐 커다란 벽이겠군.
What is happening? Dream still up? The computer's freaking out. Stop. Stop. What are you doing? Go on delete. Okay, that was fucking weird. Why is my body floating like that now? Oh. Well, okay then. Back to the game. I think Faust is gonna die. This little hunch. We paralyzed? We're fucking up. We're paralyzed. Boss, it really doesn't matter what you're gonna do. You're gonna die regardless.
깔끔하게.
마침내 굴레를 벗는가.
날카롭게 갈았어. 사물한 햇빛을.
도구 잘못 챙겨갔잖아.
No!
다른 거 챙겨가시오.
Everyone's gonna die.
머지않아 개체로부터 강한 공격이 예상됩니다. 공포에 직면해야
I have to
하는
redo this
시간이라는
one.
거죠.
Oh, we're boned. Absolutely boned. Jesus.
직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었군요. 그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은
We'll try that
용기를
again.
주지 않아도 된답니다.
Hopefully not just get wrecked by the first enemy.
빨리 다시 싸워야 해.
이러다가
진짜
Wait, no, go back.
못 맞힐지도 몰라. 그렇게 되면
Do I want to do rupture still though?
악인들을 뒤쫓아서
I'm trying thinking.
최선을 다해 지켜낼게요.
Alright, skip. So all these enemies are normal, so I should be able to just beat their classes with sanity checks.
수 있을 것 같음. 기쁘고 신나는 날이요.
직접 알게 한다.
Huggers, yay. Only one heads. Be low sanity, we're already good. The rest of this should be easy.
도구 잘못 챙겨갔잖아.
다른 거
Perception. Instant speed is faster than a target. When using an unopposed attack, deal 20% more damage against the target. Speed is faster than the targets. What? So I just made it. I just made it stronger back. Okay, that's fair. That's fine, I guess. Hongers. Thing. And the sheet.
나아가주게. 왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
직접 열어드리죠. 연장 솜씨가 현란한 중.
just made it.
도구 연습만 하는 것이요.
Yeah, she made it.
간당 목숨 줄만 못하겠군.
Notifications later.
할수 있을 것 같은데. 나아가주게. 속인 자들은 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지. 단테. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없다.
Alright. Then Ricardo. Oh, other guys first.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는
Go for Ricardo.
이유가 있겠지.
Alright, much better start than last time.
단테.
오작 터뜨려주지.
직접 열어드리죠.
대성공이야. 가론 신나. 노래 부를까?
I don't know how much longer I've got. I feel like I still have a lot. I feel like I'm not even halfway done with this shit yet. I have to do this.
개체가 다소 불리한 조건에
I
놓여
think there's
있습니다.
like a
이
2-day
기회를
stream.
효과적으로 노려보죠.
직접 알게 한다.
직접 밝혀준다. 여기 쏘리꾼.
무지하니까
525.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이
We'll see after this.
반복이지. 목을 내놓고 있도록.
Because if we're not even halfway yet, it's probably gonna be a stopping point for today. Or if we are halfway. If we're more than halfway, then I'll probably keep going.
와우, 벌써 재료를 저기까지 손질해둔 것이요. 오늘 당장
직접 밝혀준다. 비명을 질러라.
Alright, now Ricardo.
개체가 유리한 조건을 이용하고자 하는 징조가 보입니다만
Why is he so fast?
관리자님의 전술력과 제 지시만 있다면 그다지 위협적이진 않을 것 같군요.
Really? Turning her twice? Kinda fucked up. But I'm gonna feel mind obsession.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
깨달았나?
종원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
분위기가 이상하다.
Alright.
공장장이 화났을 때도 이런 분위기 아니었어.
Hong Lu.
그럼 도망쳐야 하는 거잖아.
Okay, I can win that. Nice.
직접 알게 하느라.
편히 쉬시게. 여기가.
Unless they're taking back, so maybe they found something.
환상의 세계로 들어가 보자.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
I'm tired.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
What's it like being so cool? It's draining. I don't know about cool.
대체로부터 강한 공격이 예상됩니다.
But I am very sleepy right now, so if I'm cool, then I guess that being cool makes you sleepy. Alright. Little brother Werner, you're out of here. Probably kill this guy. Out of the way. I can focus on Ricardo.
내게 받쳐주지.
No! Trigger, you fool.
여기서 쓰러져.
Oh, the fairy. I feel like the fairy almost never comes up. Hi, little fairy.
맞는 거야.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로
Hey, Onyx, he listen. Hey, listen.
쉽게 하지 않아요.
No.
너희에게 안식은 없다. 상정 외에
Your tutorial that lasts the entire game.
끝까지 당신 탓을 할 수.
Oh shit! Everyone got staggered from that.
알고 맞게 하진 않았을 테니.
Oh, he heals everyone? Can he? Literally an anti-fucking thinking measure. Heathcliff. Don't die. Heathcliff's dead no matter what I do. Yeah, Heathcliff's dead no matter what I do. Unless. Don't Deku nut me. Oh. I probably just got all janky there for a second. Oh. Really? Okay, there we go. We'll save everyone. Save Heathcliff. Snap.
여행은
Snap.
목적이 있었지.
See how the purpose. I'm glad Otis is getting a little bit of a character development in Navallo.
달성해. 뭐가 나올지
Oh,
모르겠어.
someone died. Yi Sang died. Oh, he was about to die next. He got shit going for him. No AoE. Jeez. Why is it all hopeless? Vanity. Pop another pop with Mythos. Damn. Boss, do your best. Do your best.
손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다.
Maybe if you're lucky, he'll get staggered.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
It's a really cool weapon. I like this weapon a lot. But I mean, most gun blades are cool. The shape of that one in particular. Nice. Callus still hasn't texted back.
땅이 떨리고 있어. 카룬도 흔들흔들.
Have you seen this? Seen this shit? Oh, they fact. Ooh, Chalice found more cards. More Pokemon cards. Do they smell like winners? I didn't ask her if she smelled them. You probably should kiss them though. Kiss the cards. Although it didn't work very well for me. Oh god. Everyone's gonna die. Everyone's gonna die. Why is my ego so low? The only one person who can use ego is staggered. I had a joke with my dad. Each time I bought a lottery, it would say if it smelled like a winner or not. They rub stuff on it, so you know it's a winner. Everyone's dead. I don't think there's anything I could do here.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지.
Oh, why is he so pinky? Honglu staggered? Honglu staggered? No stagger. Okay. The little brother's dead. All we have left is Ricardo. Oh, we actually staggered him!
가망이요.
There's the god.
알고 계시겠지.
He's real.
어두운 무지를 열어줄 겁니다. 이건 녹음된 목소리일 뿐일 테니까.
Get his ass. Get his ass.
머리를 굴리더니 열어두지. 스스로 생각하십시오. 직접 밝혀주마. 이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보실 것 같아. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
I'm very limited on what I could do here with my ego. I don't have anything I can heal either. Do blind obsession to be decent? Bad. Wait, is he outspeeding everyone? He is outspeeding everyone. But... I don't mind too much if Faust dies. Alright.
고작 터뜨려주지.
Hope for the best.
환상의 세계로 들어가 보자.
직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었군요. 그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
The place Chaucer that is running tournaments. Yeah, card to remind her. So she's looking at a wonderful card. She's most likely gonna come home with something. Is it a Gardevoir or like a Jirachi card for me? Two people died? Guys, look in the middle. Oh, wait. The little brothers respawn. Oh, fuck. Alright, so we have to do it for Ricardo. 7. Oh, everyone's fucked again. There's zero hope. Here, I'll have Rousseau do this. That way there could be a slight hope for the survivors. Wait, he equipped one? The counter one? I guess it doesn't matter, he still has an unbreakable coin. Okay, but that could have been a lot worse, but Heathcliff is still dead. He is my main damage dealer. That's pretty. He's saying he was also dead. Kill! Kill who you can!
확실히 훌륭하군. 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한
Who asked, Sinclair? Who asked?
넘어간 적이 많다.
Oh, we won? We did it! We drove him off. Wait, why is he still alive? I thought Ricardo would have already killed him. Wait. A shot cuts across the battlefield. This is the sudden appearance of Ricardo, is making things incredibly more difficult for us. Huh? Didn't that guy split? What's he doing here, laughing his butt off? You finally lost the plot, eh? Failed plan after failed plan takes a toll, I suppose. Oh, maybe that was too much. But I mean, how could I not laugh, right? When after all of that, everything comes together perfectly, according to my plan. You hear this too, don't you? The sound of the city? The sound of the back streets? Do you hear the sound of crashing waves? Waves. The sound of battle came to a stop with Shi Huang's sudden shout, and all suddenly began to notice the low, crawling sound of omen that had been swirling under the commotion. Something melting, regurgitating, or perhaps boiling over. If not, it's sleeping, it's siphoning. The trace that was once living, trace that was at once living and dead. Tell me why? Ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Crashing and breaking, devoid of any recognizable stops. The lines between where it begins and ends blurred. Yes, like waves. Current time is 13:21 hours. Then, too late. The night in the back streets. We've never been outside the bus at this hour, have we? It was past 4 in the morning when we briefly set foot in the outskirts. So no, we have. This would be our second time. Though it must be noted that time of day was not a matter of concern then, as we were in the outskirts. They're finally getting all swept away like trash. Oh, how I waited for this moment. What's he on about? Can't possibly be thinking that the sweepers will somehow break the taboo to help you. Demison of Point, Watch Purple Dye Job. Zilu, let us leave to the promised location. Huh? Did he actually scamper all the way here just to gloat at us and run away? Indeed. Ji Hyuan gloated at us with a confident boast as though he was finally ready to face us, only to turn tail again with an unmistakable look of relief. I don't get it. Does he actually believe that the sweepers will help him? Boss? Indeed. Sweepers do not invade residential areas. However, what if where we're standing isn't actually a residential area? What are you talking about? Look at this place. It has got walls, beds, beddings, and I guess the walls felt weirdly mushy and healthy? It wasn't just Roddy who realized what was going on. The other sinners all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of the Kazan had all but melted away, leaving nothing behind. Though the place we slept the night in was but a house and a painting, our realization came too late, as the wave-like noise from earlier had already encroached right up to where we were. And unlike the other times, it had simply part around the bus, they were cutting straight into the remnants of our lodging. 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 4 2 1 2 4 1 1 1 5 5 6 3 2 0 0 6 6 3 5 1 1 1 4 9 5 4 4 1 2 7 2 3. Ah, what's going on? Why? There. This is ridiculous. Sweepers, how dare they break the taboo so brazenly? Doxing my phone number? Never. My googly eye. Tears. Why is these tears of thinking? Hi, Face Ray. Looks like I'll be facing the waves tonight. Hey, Risha's always just always nonchalant about everything. Why do you sound so excited about this? I mean, we've got to. Let's make some things clear. It's clear that if you do nothing but stand around, they'll sweep us all away. 4151919 772. Damn it. We have to make our stand here. Alright, let's see how far we are. Your area code is 420, don't forget. Don't forget it. I already forgot. Actually, my area code is half of that. Oh, we're actually towards the end. Yeah, okay, we'll keep going. We'll finish this. Might as well, right? Let's go back to the rupture team. 210? Yes, 210.
효율적이라면.
That's Texas, baby.
대부분 분야에서 저는 최고의 성능을 내는
Holy fuck, that's a lot of sweepers.
응원은 조금 더 준비 시간이
Wow, so if I
필요해요.
call you a chalice at the same time, you have to get high? Yeah. If we call us at the same time, it's 420. Cal Ricardo is in the background fighting. Wait, Werner's still alive too? Aw, man.
길 좀 막지 마.
There is no light, it's a prophecy. What are we gonna get high off of those? Beez-Its? It's high on life. High on life? Yeah, yep.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
I like the cheese idea better.
있겠습니다, 단테.
Okay, swingling. Okay, so
보는 맛이 나는군.
in Library of Ruina introduces sweepers. Actually,
효율적인 대처로
sweepers in the bottom of preparation too.
참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게
So in
하지
every instance we've seen sweepers before, Library of Ruina, and even Distortion Detective. I don't think it's ever been like this. I don't think they've ever once mentioned that. Like, maybe I'm misremembering. But I didn't realize there's so fucking goddamn many of them. This is crazy. Like, I knew they were force of nature, a threat. No, this is to this extent is crazy to me. Notice we do not have the numerical advantage here.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모없지 않아. 좋지 않습니다.
아직 죽지 마라.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다.
And I think, if I remember correctly, they also work like a hive mind. They're almost like almost like insects. Like, I think they have like a mother too, like a queen or a mother.
적에게 침묵선을 익혔군요.
If I'm remembering like the Library of Ruina translations of what they were saying correctly. Could be misremembering, but I feel like there was something
옳은 말만 한답니다.
like that, where it's like a hive.
단순해서 좋고
Interesting that the head was frozen too.
물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 준비해야지.
대성공이야. 다른 신이야.
끝내지.
노래 들까?
Technically, I
가치 없어. 죽어.
I think it's light. What? What is it then? Cheez-Its? Has to be Cheez-Its. More sweepers.
개체에게
Dame is
위협을
double dipping
가하는데
what she's
성공했습니다.
dealing.
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만
What are you
이
double dipping
전투가
on?
성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
흑수미. 빈박질 중.
Like all dominating. I feel like maybe I should read what their passes are. Out of curiosity.
승리를 위해서는
Sometimes they have favorite
승객이
text,
빼꼼 한번 내겠어.
like war bits.
그림자 속으로 가라.
연장 솜씨가 현란하슈. 선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이요.
깜 끌지 말고.
빵꾸 움찔했수. 여기가 약점 세트. 와우. 벌써 재료를 저기까지 손질했던 것이요.
The wave ends after 4 turns.
눈 닫을 수 있을 것 같지요.
Do I have to survive so many these then? Fail. How was work, Zale? Did you survive? Interesting. Oh. Let's see, the tight is very tight. Especially when Ricardo came in.
아직 죽지 마라.
Ricardo reamed me.
승부처다.
I'll start over and give him a second run.
확실히 훌륭하고 두번 쏘는 거다. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 줄 알았지.
I saw the smack go off. I didn't see anything fly at me. I missed it. I probably missed it. Bro! Stop throwing something. You raccoon.
숨통 끊기.
Good, work is good. Work is never good. It's possible. Good Garland. Yeah, you got the new Final Fantasy one and you got 2 of the new Monster Hunter ones. Good job.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
They're gonna get the Taco Bells. Alright, you enjoy your Taco Bells.
승리를 위해서라면
Taco some bells. Nom 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 nom.
무엇 잘못했는지 아는
I
것부터가
have no idea what's gonna happen for dinner. For me. We got lunch somewhat recently.
숨통 끊기.
Alex is on her way home. Bunch of cards. What the hell? How'd everyone die? I must have missed something crazy. Look at my phone for 1 second, everyone's dead.
뜀박질 중. 가치 없고 죽어.
Wave 2 complete. Wave 3 incoming. Both long and grueling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen appeared visibly exhausted after the second wave. Big bro, you messed up. We never should have put you through this trouble in the first place. Don't worry about it, kid. We've taken our brother who came all the way from the south, guided him safely through the labyrinth that is H-Core. I thought you'd done more than enough. No one could have expected that we'd be fighting the sweepers of all things. Ugh. Great whip, able to withstand the sweepers. That means I could give even the middle trouble. Practice makes perfect. Perfection makes an expert, huh? I guess Honglu wasn't too off the mark. Man, we would have been long swept away by the horde if we were still new at this. Ismail, who was taking this brief downtime to check the sharpness of her harpoon, was right. We've been through something like this before. Fighting against an endless horde of enemies, long battles of attrition, it wasn't new. That very experience was definitely an edge we had against these enemies. Of course. Can we even handle the third wave at this rate? There's no choice but to withstand it. Nothing was certain just yet. We still had the third wave to survive. I'll carry out your sentences as soon as we survive the third wave. Even when we're all basically in the same boat, that guy just can't help but have it out for us, huh? Why would I ever... Ugh. Third wave begins. With it, the building suddenly began to shift violently. Hold on, what's going on? The buildings are shifting. What's happening? I remember asking all of you guys to read the damn pamphlets. Buildings inside the H-core shift every once in a while. I didn't know it would be like this, but still. Fortunately, it doesn't seem that the building we're in is shifting by much. He's executive manager. As soon as Otis finished an errant building, suddenly just jutted violently from the ground, rising in a diagonal burst, and struck Ricardo square in the chest, sending him blasting off into the skyline. Ricardo blasting off again! Damn you, mark my words. This is also going in the books. Ricardo was the only one that got practically punched by a building. Big bro! The henchman in the middle, who had formed a defensive square to withstand the waves, were blasting off in all directions. Or maybe they were falling? I wasn't sure anymore. But it's happening. The movement of the buildings has significantly reduced the enemy population in this area, Dante. This is an opportunity. How those irritating bastards off our backs. I think this is definitely more doable now. I can feel the spirit rising among the sinners. Come on, let's do this. I've done this kind of fight 1,000 times. Yeah. Ricardo's so funny. So that just fucking means Ricardo's gonna come after us again at some point. Fucking Ricardo. I think he's gonna be doing this. Yeah.
너냐?
직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었군요. 그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다. 관찰이 끝났습니다.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면
Alright. Oh, someone died? Oh, her health is super low. I probably just fucking in the shower. Even a 45 humanity, I'm hopeless against all this? Shit. Some of the super loot is way stronger than the others. Keep in it, hope for the best. Oh, fucking Honglu's about to fucking bleed to death. He has like 1 HP left. Look how crazy there for a second. Everyone's like hanging on by a fucking thread. Get 0 damage? What the fuck? Was it purposely invincible or what? No.
평소처럼 박살
I think so.
같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
A boss is dead for sure. Boss is dead. Oh, they have fucking unbreakable coins. That explains a lot. Especially the bleed.
적들이 이기고 있어. 카론,
Okay.
먼저
Five.
가버릴 거야.
But for how long are we alive? Who knows?
깔끔하게.
Let's have to survive a little bit longer. Two more turns?
그림자 속으로 가라앉게. 잠깐 기다려라. 관찰을 끝났습니다.
So easy.
이런 모습이던가.
이건 아군이었던 것 같지 않아?
Okay, we got Honolulu.
시체만 남은 것
Because more
같아.
people died. I still have 6 elite.
깔끔하게. 불쌍하게 울고
Oh, it's not be dead. Oh no, maybe not. Oh, boss is dead.
이어받을
Urso is dead.
즐거운 시간.
Oh, we did it. We won. Only 3 people remained. Oh, that's new. Survived. Not victory, not defeat, but survived. That the last of them. Current time is 4:24 hours. About 10 minutes until the Knights of the Back Street ends. But we can relax now, given that we survived the 3rd wave. Damn, they do all that shit in only an hour? The buildings are also no longer shifting. Stability has been restored. Good executive manager. Bloody hell, finally. Sinners all collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. There was a Kazan here, but it's gone now. Despite the fact that we haven't moved at all from our initial positions, there wasn't even a trace of it having been here. We realized that we'd been relocated on top of a roof, as though we had all just awakened from the dream of sleeping in a building that never even existed. That was one hell of a battle, man. Thought I was done for. That was just killing me. I don't know if we could have survived that if the hair-obsessed loon wasn't here to draw some of them away. I guess we got something to thank him for. So that's all they've got in a head-on battle. Art thou acquainted with the foes, young Ryoshu? OFC. I've heard of them. Their scent of blood? Their scent of blood was faint, but it cannot be. No. Would be best not would be best to not linger over long on the sun. Don Quixote, what are you implying? You fucking implying that the sweepers are blood fiends? Or blood bags? Cause that would be fucking crazy. The hell? What the hell are you implying? Why not? Dig deeper. Please dig deeper. I want to know. Letting ephemeral inspiration slip through your fingers is the death of creativity. I said I won't linger on it. Don't rush me. Whatever. How uninspiring. Guys, now's not the time to bicker. Ryoshu and Don Quixote were... Would that possibly imply that the head could potentially be Blood Fiend? I think that's unlikely. But it is interesting to think about. Or at least a hive mother could be. Ryoshi and Don Quixote's words were indeed unnerving, but we'd have plenty of time to discuss that once we returned to the bus. If we could return in one piece. Ji-Hwan, I'll be frank, that was impressive. Why? I thought for sure you'd have been long stuffed away by now. Ji-Hwan must have been waiting somewhere nearby to watch us die, because it did not take long for him to reappear before us. Perhaps they agreed upon a new deal while we were fending off the waves of sweepers. The Mao branch and Zilu were both approaching us in an intimidating gait that contrasted with their earlier passivity. Damn it. Ticket manager. We've had too many high-risk, high-fatigue battles in succession. I hate to offer such disloyal advice, but it may be wise to avoid this battle at all costs. That don't seem like an option to me. Look around. Most of the Sinner 3s are dead, trampled, chopped to small, unrecognizable pieces. They were barely holding on at best. I could bring them back. I always do. But when they've completely surrounded us, I don't know if I can bring them back in time to protect me. They might just cut the Sinners down as soon as they get back up. Well, this was well within my predictions. I can simply finish off anyone that hasn't been swept away. Now, the stage is set for my ascension. For the next 10 minutes, no sweepers, let alone anyone, is coming here. You know why? Because who in their right mind would leave their homes? Night in the backstreets is still ongoing. It looks like even that annoying idiot from the middle has been taken care of too. Somehow. You? How much of this was your plan? How much, you ask? The whole thing, of course. All the way back to the construction site that blocked your path. The one who deceived that unscrupulous fool of your company? It was me. The one who put the pitiful King Tao, who doesn't even have a family name, with you? It was me. The one who contracted the Tri-Axe office to challenge you for a duel? It was me. And guess who it was that relayed your real-time location to all kinds of forces in the district? Yes, it was me. And this trashy lodging without a residential permit? All devised by none other than yours truly, and Q-Core's technology. I see. Oh, it's so good. It was so good, wasn't it? What a perfect strategy. What did you think? Aren't I great? Aren't I so utterly clever? That's exactly why I deserve to be the next family hierarch. A folly to speak those words. An unfamiliar voice echoed from the dark. There was neither animosity nor hospitality, only utter serenity, nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under the narrow ray of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. In his hand was a decapitated head, illuminated by the pale light. Blood dribbles from the severed neck, and the wide-open eyes remain frozen in final moments, filled with utter terror. He walks toward us, in step with the drip of the blood. Can't be. Kia, you? I knew Ji-Hwan was working for someone. It was him. Why do you have King Tao's head? I have brought back the wayward pet to his master, that it may once again be leashed. There is a serpent, my lord. Leave it. You didn't shoo it away. What? You were alone to Haisha Pack so that you may simply get in their way. No more. I see. Was there a sudden change of heart once you held the leash in your hands, that to return to the Shi family side would be to your benefit? No, you knew everything all along? What, I must ask, is everything to you? Your vision is too limited for my lord's wisdom to comprehend. The wise fails to peer through the narrow-sighted eyes of the fool. But if by everything you refer to how you feigned abandonment from the Shi family to secure my lord's trust? Indeed, it could be said that we do know everything. Hey, dunked-on nerd, enjoy your swirly. Very deserved swirly. Don't kill me, please! Please, don't kill me! I will share with you my most guarded secrets at the Shi family. Right, the 10 Blades of the East. Yes, the Fum. Fum. Are we finally gonna get to see the Fum soon? I really hope we get to see the Fum soon. At least in Ryoshi's Kanto, if nothing else. Please. A big. Here comes the swirly. The deep cuts of a swirly. The Shihuan speak no more. For a serpentine blade struck from the umbra and separated his head from his torso with ease. Little Yuhua, have I not warned you time and again to guard your tongue against the creeping desperation? I believe that we have gathered the intelligence we had hoped to collect, my lord. You didn't pursue the serpent zeal. His voice boomed as he commanded those who appeared to be officers. Tall, built man took a ponderous step from the shadows and stood before us. Enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at Hiwan's decapitated head, now lying on the ground, then at us. I was like a purple tear? Yeah, with the snake references? For sure, for sure. We haven't seen like a possible reference to purple tear since the very beginning with the other three in the woods. It was as though he was gazing upon the clouds that were blades of grass. I shall take them with me. Picked up Hiwan's decapitated head before gesturing at his officer with a nod. Here it is, my lord. Wrap their heads with stasis wraps. Decomposition won't set in anytime soon. Are they gonna turn their heads into worms and give themselves their memories? That was gonna happen. With those bandages, he begins to wrap them in a practice motion. But
$500.
you just bought a $500 card.
I want everybody.
What is your fucking luck? Okay.
Let's go.
Duco told me yesterday he's gonna send you a box to open and then send back to him because you have the luck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I literally was. I'm
Actually, I can see you're shaking. You pulled Lily's Clefairy EX. $500. Oh, it's going in your deck.
going in my deck.
So we got Team Fuck Ups, Hughes, Blue Man Group 2, Damien, Team Genocide, Encore, and Team Great, Purple Tier. Yep. Also, we also have the mystery team. Because Sonya might also have something going on too. But I don't think Sonya is associated with the Blue Man Group. He could be, but I don't think he is. So it's a potential fifth group for the Euro Divi. I don't think we've seen the last of Sonya. He's not paying us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention. Return to me once you are finished here. Yes, my lord. But hold on. You can't just show up out of nowhere and... He did not reply, his eyes gazing, yet reflecting nothing but hollow emptiness. And just as he had emerged from the darkness, he vanished into the shadows, carrying 2 decapitated heads. He seems to be double dealing with Blue Man Group 2 and Team Genocide. Yeah, he did seem to know about the Blue Man Group at least. He knew about the Mark of Cain.
다음 먹잇감도 이런 식이었으면 좋겠어.
Yeah, is this the end? I think this is... EX clear 10 of 12. Is there one more? Oh shit. Yeah, I assume there's gonna be like one more. We're nearing the end at least. So there's a theory going around about Hong Lu's sister. Tell me about it. I want to hear it. Also, I'm super curious about what Ryoshi and Don Quixote are possibly implying about the sweepers. That maybe they're blood fiends or blood bags or something. I thought that was super sus. Things weren't looking any better. I could instinctively tell that they were different from anyone or anything we've faced in Hongwan so far. I don't suppose our lord left them alive only for us to slay them. Then perhaps it would be apt that I introduce myself, that it's common courtesy to do so. Call me Li Zhong. I am but a humble student of my lord, Master Qi's teachings. Hear the theory she was supposed to die here because of the flow? What started that theory? I know what the flow is. Remember, Limbus Company was never supposed to run into Ricardo at all. Fucking hair coupons. So, Heathcliff inadvertently would have saved Honglu's sister by stealing hair coupons. If that theory is totally true. My lord, Master Q, somehow was reminded of the discussion King Tao refused to finish. For when the far one comes, betwixt the burnt doors shall a star fall astray. As for the song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in recent months. This is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Name's Dante. I'm their manager. I decided to speak up, struggling for the pressure. I instinctively knew that we had to find out as much as I could about that man from earlier. They introduced themselves as Manager Dante. I see. Your candidness is appreciated. Dilu, withdraw the Mao. It seems that we need not contend of them at the moment. Very well. Basically, she would have died to a super swarm as far as the theory goes. Interesting thought. Because assuming we're gonna help her win the family hierarchy in the next canto, if she was supposed to die, then I wonder what the flow would have been. Who should have won? Assuming we are going to help her. Seems that they had the very same thought about us. Obviously, Honglu doesn't give a fuck. Now, is that sufficient proof of our intent to engage in a brief discourse? To discuss some matters of your mark with you, to mark a courtly ending to the encounter should be of benefit to us, further prospects of our future. So, ask away, as they say. So, that's when Jia Shishun stepped forward. After having retreated from the domineering presence. So, that's what those suspicious songs I heard in the backstreets were about. It's about you guys, wasn't it? So, are those lyrics true? Ah, so that is what you wish to know. Shishun of the Jia family. It is said that you possess talent and rhetoric, yet walk a path beclouded by concern and anxiety. Really, your insignificance precludes your part in greatness. Wait, don't speak for me. I would have been the first to say anything if I thought she was strong. Yes, my lady. Ji Huan, you're the one who sent him after us, right? Close, yet not exact. He was an agent of the Shi family, sent to spy on my lord's doings. We had bestowed him control of a Haisho pack, where we had found his conduct shallow, and saw a means of learning more of the Shi family's machinations. Yet it seems that, once granted power, the boy mistook himself for a man with the wherewithal to represent the Shi family. So you used him, just as he sought to use us. Though he was quite shallow in his strategy compared to our own. So what now? I think you're looking to kill us, right? Now nothing. Do whatever it... Yeah, no, nothing. Do whatever it was that you had sought to accomplish here. You're letting two of your master's rivals go. Just like that? What a strange thing to say. Look around as I might, I failed to see any rivals here. Then, why did you order Yi Wan to attack us? Said it yourself. We're not even your rivals. The manager inquires why you commanded Yi Wan to carry out this assault against Limbus Company. They fear, yet they seek to gain understanding through that fear. Yet they remain wanting in a certain perspicacity. My lord has always said that if one learns not from a plight, then no discord with them shall bear fruit. Instead of giving me a straight answer, Ding Zhong left me with only a puzzling comment before she brushed past us. I've given you courtesy enough. This is a good time for us to depart. Now, do stay nicely within your borders, as you have remained there thus far. I would greatly despise an odd splash of ink marring the great painting. With that, Di Zhong walked into the shadows cast beneath the forest of buildings. Zilu and the countless Heisho that had surrounded us also disappeared with them. Finally. Looked around just in time to see Otis collapse, while the rest of the sinners lay dead or barely clinging to life. And there was Jia Swan, who had collapsed to the floor as well, Wei, who was tending to her wound. And me, who somehow survived for all that without getting decapitated. Then the night that put us through multiple brushes of death came to an end. The day breaks. Yeah, and that's pretty much everything that's happened. That Big Brother Q? I see. Once the day broke, we decided to take a quick walk outside to recover a little from the exhaustion of the night. It was also to decide our course of action from here on. We also had to decide if we wanted to travel with Jia Chuan, with whom we shared our destination. Hello? Did you forget how to make a concerned face or something? How are you maintaining that irritating poker face through the whole confrontation? Of course not. Classic GF family secrecy, huh? Always hiding something. I bet you are too. If you are, you better spit it out now. I don't have the time to casually stroll about with my to-be enemy. Chun, as I have always said, the seat of the family hierarchy is of no... Fine. Even if you're lying, you know that you haven't prepared anything for your assignment anyway. Changing the subject. Jia Chuan, who was chatting with Hong Lu, methodically slowed down enough to walk right next to me, as though she was executing steps of a plan. You lead my brother's faction, don't you? About what I wanted to talk to you about earlier. I guess I do. For now, I guess. Earlier. Oh, it's about our conversation back at the Kazan. Brother. Translations, please. Haha, of course. Dante is unquestionably our manager. Great. Let me make a proposal then. Become my faction for the duration of the family hierarchy evaluations. Help me out. What? It's a... Can we do that? Can we do that? Why not? You guys managed to stall even the sweepers. That means you command a formidable force. Besides, you're headed to the family mansion anyway, aren't you? You just don't know what to do once you get there. And as for competition, well, my brother doesn't care about the whole thing anyway. So why don't you join me? Help me become the family hierarch. I'm not like our other older siblings. I always pay my debts, whether that's for a favor or for a grudge. Can't trust me. I'm happy to make a written... Can we do that, Faust? Faust deems Jia Chun's plan, her explanation of it, at least, rather flawless. Having such an ally at the apex of a wing would be a great boon to Limbus Company as well. I guess so. Then I don't see any reason to refuse her offer. Hong Lu, who's been listening in on our conversation, boiled the discussion down to a clear explanation and relayed it to Jia Chuan. Perfect. It is said that formation of such alliances should come with a grand banquet to mark the occasion, meant the upcoming coalition. The banquet's on me. Once we get closer to the center zone, let's find a nice Kazan to discuss our future ventures together. You're Dante, right? Let's make this thing work. Let's. I was still bewildered by the turn of events. The Jia Chishuan returned out for a handshake with such earnestness that I found myself almost drawn to her shake her hand in return. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we ever made ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company, eh? Well, if that's the case, I really hope we can have at least one ally who doesn't meet a terrible end. After the banquet, we walked out of the Kazan to find the Mephistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road. Wow, man, I never thought about it, but now that it's just standing like this in the middle of the street, it really stands out, doesn't it? Is this your visual ride? Glad to see that you're all safe. Cloud and Pilot walked out from inside the bus. So did you guys take care of the business? I have some more pressing things to talk about. Listen well. Do you have any idea how much trouble your subordinate's little connection? Yes. Miss Foster already gave me your report. Pilot? Oh boy. Yes, ma'am. By the way, he's awkwardly stepping forward. Probably already got a hell of a talking to from Sod. Real mighty sorry about that, y'all. I've only ever been part of a eradication missions, never in its espionage business, so... Pilot. What did I say about mixing excuses into an apology? Forgot what I said. Real mighty sorry, for real. This King Tao guy approached me and sweet-talked me into going along with this plan of his. So I got too cocky, assuming that I knew better than my senior idiots. Don't worry, Pilot's ass is mine for the foreseeable future. Yes. I'm sorry too. Forgot that he's still a new guy in the business. Of course, he'd be prone to making these mistakes. Looks like we'll both be writing letters to explain our failure together, huh? We both get disciplined for this? Disciplinary action is unlikely to be anything of significance. The LCB team came out unscathed, all things considered. However, it's likely that they may have to work for half a year without pay. Jesus Christ, that's brutal. I'd consider it a win if all we're getting is docked pay. The next time I do, promise. Next time, I'm going to get real good at this job. I'm going to become someone who can actually provide good assistance to y'all. Of course, Pilot. You really should. In fact, you have no choice but to become a contributing member of the team when I'm done with you. Let's really get to it, huh? Like I said, his ass is mine. No one's dying or getting fired under my watch. As long as I'm their manager, I'll make sure of that. Yeah. Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell y'all. God. It's real important business stuff. Going forward, we're gonna... Oh, yeah? I was gonna bring that up sooner or later. We just got the orders from the LCA. God produced a small device from our pockets and began reading from it. Upon arrival at the central zone of H-Core, the LCB will participate in a family hierarchy evaluation with a candidate. We're going to anyway. Now, the bus team's faction is going to be the LCB will present the following center as their chosen candidate. Center number 6, Honglu. What? It's like you saw it? What the fuck? What the fuck? The fucking fin. What? You can't do that. What the hell? You, all of you. I'm gonna make you throw up everything you just ate, you assholes. What the hell? Literally, Psyche saw it. Okay, I'm very interested to see what's gonna happen next Kanto. The fact that Honolulu just doesn't say anything about it either. Well, okay then. We finally did the intervallo. And now I can rest my throat with Final Fantasy. Yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you everyone for lurking. Let's go find someone to raid. Hold on, Twitch real quick. Hello? Remember, if the fairy is correct, his sister shouldn't have been able to offer her side. True, that does make sense. Because if she was supposed to die and the LCA, Noct should be dead. I'm gonna have to look more into this. I want to read theories about the sweepers. And Ryoshi had a lot to say that Kanto too. Ryoshi is still the Kanto I'm looking forward to the most. But yeah, thank y'all for hanging out. Thank y'all for looking. We're gonna go ahead and raid out now. 4 hours, holy shit. Yep. Next stream is tomorrow. We will be doing Ender Magnolia. Most likely. Alright. See y'all then, everyone. Bye.